terrifying. James, what do you think of that? Do you like to drink more, Ducky, or smoke more? Oh, okay. That's kind of the drink that people like nowadays. What's your drink of choice? Vodka or what? So you just straight up go to a bar and say, "Give me a vodka." You're hardcore. What's your favorite mixture? Cranberry vodka. Okay. Have you ever had a Cape Codder? That's similar. It's like cranberry vodka with a splash of lime. Absolutely. So we're gonna get you some tequila shots, some salt chasers, right? And some salt and lime chasers. So you like tequila? What else? You don't like any kind of beer? All right. You don't like beer. You like tequila. You like vodka. You like rum. Do you like whiskey? Do you like whiskey? Then, all right. Well, I mean, and did you drink a lot when you were like underage, or did you wait till you were 21? Oh yeah, girl. Same here. Good for you. Did you have a good time? Oh yeah. Did you ever get in trouble? Did you get in trouble? Good. You stayed out of trouble. Are, man, remind me to stay away from your friends when they're drunk. They're huge. They're tall and they're crazy. Yeah, but get her a little tipsy if this girl starts yapping to people for fun. Hardcore party is. Do you have a taser and like pepper spray and stuff? Oh yeah, do you ever have to use it? But I bet you think about it. I would think about it all the time. Like, you motherfuckers come close to me, I'm gonna pepper spray you right in the face. Have you ever tested it? Okay, so you should know a couple things with it. You should know a couple things with it. They actually recommend nowadays don't use pepper spray. They say to use pepper gel. Have you seen the pepper gel? Okay, so that's what you want because the pepper gel won't hurt you. It'll just hurt the person that's happening. Good. Um, okay, so then they got that little. They got the taser. I'm trying to think what else they have. They got some other stuff too, but it's good. Good. I don't. Of course, I hope you have a. You have a Swiss Army knife? Yeah. perfect. It's good to have that. You know, it has lots of tools on it and stuff. Excellent. I'd love to see it. You have a flashlight. Okay. Flashlight's better. Not necessarily than your phone totally, but I'm just making sure you have all the stuff in case you got basically. I do not. Oh my god, it's super cute. Oh, that is baller. Dude, that's a serious knife, bro. That's a cool knife. Okay, so so a little different. What I meant was a Swiss Army knife. A Swiss Army knife has a knife, but it also has like a screwdriver, like a corkscrew, and like a toothpick. You know what I mean? Those are really there you go. Those are good to have too. If you have an opportunity, get yourself what's called a Leatherman, which is like a Swiss Army knife that also has a pair of pliers. Keep it in your purse. You'll never have to use it, but when you do, you'll really need it, and you'll be happy you have it. That's cool. Very cool. James Kaminsky, do you know about the Leatherman? I'm sure you do. Is this all not good? Exactly. Is this not all good advice for a young person? I agree. Now, you yourself, everybody's probably so intimidated by that beard. You don't need to worry about anything. But take care. What's that? Oh, you're absolutely right. Hey, do you know what it? Well, I have one. You know what's even better than a lighter nowadays? Is it? Well, I don't know if it's better, but it's as good. Is a USB lighter? You know what a USB lighter is? Yes, exactly right. But you can plug it in and recharge it. So you basically always have a lighter going. So you're absolutely right. A lighter is a very good thing to have as well. And then they make a thing. It's actually it's called a glint, but basically it's like a little matchstick that you can use against a piece of flint. It's like a metal piece. It's like a metal match against a piece of flint. You can also create flame that way. But you're absolutely right. So they make a thing that you can put on your teeth. Basically, to always have fire. Uh, which I think you've given some really good advice. I'm trying to think of anything else that would be a really good thing to have as a kid. I'm trying to think of what girls who I knew in college would have. They all kind of had the same thing on their teeth. They had this, oh, what do they call that? Oh, it's like this periwinkle little purse. They all have these same kind of purses like on their teeth thing. And then they have this like one of those yeah, it is. It's but a certain kind of coin purse. Um, hold on, I'm gonna look it up right now. Oh, a rake was good. Now, is this one that you had to blow into? Yeah. So something like that would be super loud. Right. You pull the little thing out, and it's like you can like hear the blood in your ears. Definitely. Um, I'm gonna find it. Oh, it starts with a D. This this coin purse. It's like a very famous um women's brand. I'll get it. Anyway, that that gel thing, he cut it down really well. Um, and a rape whistle, I don't know if I want a rape whistle as much as just like a regular whistle might be pretty good too. Oh, I know a good one. A power bank. You know, like for your phone. Oh, cool. They make them on your kitchen. Now, I don't want to put too much on your teeth, but this is your first would be a good idea. Um, That's a good thing. 10 is a very good thing. I'm still looking for the name of this coin purse. I'm gonna find it. Don't you worry. Is it like a foldable one? I got it. Take care of it. I'm so pissed off I can't find the name of this. Okay, it's a type of purse. It's like a little coin purse that goes on your feet and it's paisley. It's like a very famous uh, designer, and I can't find it right now. That's what it is, ViralRabbi. Yeah, everybody had those motherfucking things. ViralRabbi. That's right. I knew it started with a V, but I kept wanting to say Vera Wang. That's the bridal gown. Yeah, ViralRabbi. That was so popular. All these girls had ViralRabbi little, you know what I mean? Like the little, the coin thing, and then they have the little rape whistle. They have that spray, and then I think nowadays they probably have the little jacket. If you have that, don't fuck with a girl who's got that set up. She'll fuck you up. Wow, good job, Ducky. You nailed it. Real fast. You got it. That's cool. Very cool. Hey, take care. It's a pleasure. You're a fucking friend. You take care, James. We'll see you tomorrow. God willing. Excellent. Take care, my friend. You as well. Bye-bye. What up, baby? But you can phone. No, I'm on Twitter. Do you know about my? Well, 939 of them got banned today. Yeah, but I created another 40, so I'm not too worried about it. Um, yeah, so what they basically did, just for a moment, I'll read you what they said. Yeah, I go through the complaint. Let's read the complaint as a team here, El. Just for a moment. El, where do you live in the world? Oh, okay, beautiful. So you're Canadian? Very cool. Uh, do you like the Canucks? I understand. Very nice. All right. So here's what people have to say. August, 4 hours ago, said, guys, I think Rabbi Rothschild wants me to say hi. Not sure though, because I followed them 4 different times. Let's see here. How big is their account? Pretty big. Thousands of people. Next person says, another spam follow by Rabbi Rothschild at ViralRabbi. First thing this morning. A courtesy of a response regarding your actions regarding your question. So basically, like all these accounts got up against me today. This one had 37,000 people. Um, this person, who the fuck is this Rabbi Rothschild guy and why is he here? That guy threw me out. Then he took a meme of Mo throwing out Barney from The Simpsons. Um, somebody said in Spanish, Rabbi Rothschild, luego investigo in YouTube because I believe, you have to research this YouTube. Um, okay, so then, and these are just the people who have, like, I kind of want to say, like, acknowledged me by putting my name in there. Basically, there are some people in here who don't want me to know that they know that I know that they are complaining about me. So they'll put like the rabbi bot, or they'll put that one bot, but they will not put rabbi. Sometimes they still see. So, like this woman 8 hours ago, I blocked a lot of viral rabbi. There's many accounts. I will block more later. Um, so I mean, this person was 22 hours ago. I block all accounts of ViralRabbi every day. I don't like to quit following me. Another person said, I've seen someone else who got followed by 45 different iterations of Rabbi Rothschild, so I don't think it's you, just you. There's another one. There's probably over 1,000 accounts from ViralRabbi, plus some have a different handle. Another person, I'm still getting comments from this test, blocked and reported on another account. Another one, this base account viral rally, this is the Elon Musk, has 150 accounts, guarantees something suspicious, please close them all down. Uh, I mean, these are all within the last 2 days. So, well, here's the thing, Al. Define for me what scamming is. Wait, it doesn't have a definition. It does not have a definition. Okay, it's what one person considers annoying, but another person may not consider annoying. Is 5 emails spam? Is 5 invitations spam? Here's what I can tell you. Twitter allows you to follow up to 400 accounts per day. Okay, so that's all I'm doing. Additionally, if you want to create a new account, all you have to do is literally just go over here to this button and say create new account, and it tells you need another account. Whether you need another account for work or just want or just don't want your mom seeing your spicy cake, we got you. Which means make as many fucking accounts as you want. Do you not want your mom to see what you're tweeting about? Make another fucking account. Who gives a shit? You want to fucking to make an account because you want one for work? Make it. So they don't ever limit you. They don't say, oh, you can make one for work and you can make one so your mom doesn't see the spicy cake, but don't make 939 of these motherfucking things and send them all over the internet. They don't tell you. They aren't specific, is what I'm trying to say. So basically, they're saying you can make more accounts and you can follow up to 400 people a day. So guess what I do? I make an account and I follow 400 people a day. I'm following their rules. I don't understand what I'm doing incorrectly. Now, what they define it as, and this is why they keep banning me, they consider it platform manipulation. Well, what in the fuck is the difference between my platform manipulation and Kim Kardashian going out and tweeting something and everybody making a big fucking deal about it? And that considers platform manipulation. I don't understand the difference. I really don't. She's doing it with one account. I'm doing it with 1,000 accounts. To me, it's the same. But everybody's got a different opinion on that. Well, essentially, you have to define what is it that is manipulating the platform. And what I'm saying is, if somebody no matter who it is, a celebrity, a politician, or anyone, has a tweet that goes viral, there's the argument that can be made that that is manipulating the platform. Why? Because it is having some kind of impact on the platform. That's technically manipulating it. And so, by having a viral tweet, that could be defined as platform manipulation. In the same way, having 1,000 accounts could be defined as platform manipulation. But if you want to, if you want to, if you want to essentially create terms and conditions that prohibit this type of platform manipulation, it's very easy. Then say you can't have more than one account, or say that you have a limit of 10 accounts. They don't put a limit on it. So for them to say that it's platform manipulation, it's just their opinion, and they're entitled to it, and they own the platform, so they can define it as they wish, but it's very vague. Because when is it considered platform manipulation? When you have 12 different accounts? When you have 200 different accounts? When you have 1,000 different accounts or 2,000 different accounts? At what point is it considered platform manipulation? When is it fine to have multiple accounts, 2 or 3? And is it okay to have 2 or 3? Is it okay to have 20 or 30? They never say. Well, I'm not doing it for Harry Potter Obama Sonic Centennial, so that is featured on it. I'm doing it for my own stream. You know, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year on YouTube. So I want I want people to go to my YouTube channel, and so all of these accounts are focused on my YouTube channel, and then people come in and see that you know, I wear our stuff, I've got our merch, and they learn about the twin network. A lot of people. That's exactly it. And some, right? Doesn't it? It seems like I found a way to successfully mass market my YouTube stream using Twitter for free. No. Au contraire. No, that's per account. Hold on, that's per account. I follow 3,200 people per hour. That's a huge amount of people. So 3,200 people per hour over the course of like me being awake, like, I don't know, let's say, worst case scenario, 10, 12, 14 hours. We're looking at 30,000 people a day. That's a huge amount of people who you have not only followed on Twitter with multiple accounts sometimes, but then it also is doing a drop down notification on their phone. It's making noises on their phone or on their tablet or on their iPad, and a lot of them it's sending them an email as well. So it's really connecting. It's making like perhaps 12 different impressions on them over the course because they're seeing it number one, they're hearing it number two, they may see it in their notifications number three, they may get an email about it number four, they may get a sound on the email. You know, there are a lot of different ways for me to be able to alert you once you have gotten an invitation from me. And even better than that, see, I at points have been doing mass emailing of people, which doesn't get you anywhere. Why? Because all mass emails basically go to the spam inbox now, or the spam box now. Well, the beautiful thing about Twitter is for most people, it has already been overridden, it has already been verified so that you are able to go right into the inbox. So all of these are hitting people's individual inboxes, which is even more of an impact on them. Oh, It's not to me about subscribers on YouTube. I have accounts with thousands of subscribers on YouTube. Those are just four of my hundreds of accounts that I have going on YouTube. I have a lot of accounts on YouTube, so if you're like, well, you only have 72 subscribers, that's on one of my YouTube channels. I have hundreds. Are you promoting your other channels? So basically, what happens is if you get one of my uh, accounts to follow you, in the link where you can click the link to for whatever, it takes you to all four of my channels at once that are currently live, and you can go and see them. And then people come in, they don't need to subscribe. Most people don't. They come in and say something. So like, they'll come in and say, "Hey, you just followed me 14 times on Twitter. What's your fucking problem?" Or they'll be like, "Hey, I've got a podcast. Do you want to be on it? You followed me on Twitter. I got mad a couple times." Um, just, so they don't necessarily have to subscribe. I'm not really about subscribers as much as I am about people just being aware that I'm always here, always available, always on. Sure, I'd love a lot of subscribers, and in the beginning, I started with a lot of subscribers. I had thousands of subscribers, but what you end up finding is that you're just a, in a sea of people on YouTube, and nobody wants to sit here and watch somebody for 12 hours just sit in their bed. It's not that exciting. However, over the course of time, when you have this much data, more data than any person has in global history, it will be very exciting because it's essentially a time capsule going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. And given enough time, especially when AI is able to edit this video for me seamlessly, very quickly, and make sure that it's in HD and its audio is enhanced, it's going to be very interesting for people, I think. So that's kind of your objective is your timeline of human history and capture as much as for your audience. It's not necessarily super important that they subscribe, but people who want to still do want people. Yeah, that's right. Really, the more important to me that I'm keeping the archive more than anything. And I just know it's a matter of time until the right set of eyes find out what I'm doing, and they will spread the message. I don't necessarily need to keep building one subscriber at a time. All I have to do is make an impact on the right influencer, and they will do all the work for me. They will see, oh my God, this person has more data online than any person. They're always available. You can always connect with them day or night. This is something that no one has done on the internet before, and it's really revolutionary. Come take a look at this. They just have to do one tweet of that or make people aware of it for one day, and essentially it is going to be a catalyst to a fire that is perhaps going to be an eternal flame of content. Right. So I'm very much in the violent state of something revolutionary. We're nowhere near the pinnacle. Oh, you're absolutely right. What the pinnacle will look like, God willing, one day are entire houses of just cameras, like TikTok house, where I will be living. Additionally, I will be doing like base jumping and rock climbing and all kinds of dangerous activities with cameras all over me. And if you're like, well, Rabbi, that's pretty dangerous. They make this new kind of suit that they have for people on motorcycles, but they're also used for rock climbing and base jumping and stuff. That basically has a gyroscope in it that when you're about to hit the ground before you're gonna die, it shoots out airbag to protect you. So that people before, like, who would be really afraid to go rock climbing or perhaps, like, trapezing or anything like having to do with heights or base jumping or, or even riding a motorcycle because they consider it to be too dangerous in the future, that will have a few more people who will want to do it because of these suits that basically explode an entire airbag around you. So I think people will live my life first person, like almost like a police camera on my chest that's always uploading. So you're absolutely right. You are in the larval stage is of me going viral. I describe L going viral like giving birth. Essentially, conception of the birth is when you the creation of your social media account. Once you create your social media account, You do your best to gain followers and grow, just like a child does in the fetal stage. But eventually, you start to make waves. If you're gonna actually, give birth and go viral, and you have contractions. Now, what is a contraction in comparison to going viral? It's exactly what I just read you. It's random people commenting about you for one reason or another, whether it's good, whether it's bad. It's people are talking about you, and the closer and closer that those incidents get together, the closer and closer you are to going viral, to the point where you reach this peak amount of interaction amongst the Twitterverse or whatever social media network you may be perhaps on, which you may perhaps be going viral. And from there, that's the birth. Essentially, once you reach that peak, you have gone viral. And it's your best opportunity to not take advantage of it. And I know we're moving towards that with more and more people who are mentioning my stream, with more and more people who are just absolutely random, who are coming into my stream saying, hey, I saw you from YouTube, or hey, you keep following me on hey, I saw you from Twitter, hey, you keep following me from Twitter. Some people come in here and say, keep up the good work. Some people come in here and say, we're really proud of you. We want world peace too. Keep it up. Some people come in just to say hi. Some people just say I'm their favorite person that you have on YouTube. I mean, you get some really nice people, you get some really bad people. All in all, though, my goal is to be able to create as much of a human compilation of data as possible for people to study in the future. That's really important to me. Oh, you're such a sweetheart, Elle. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. Thank you. Thank you so much for your high praise. I really mean that. That means the world to me. Right? And he's from your hometown, and he holds the world record. I thought so too, and then I saw it working. It is. I'll show it to you right now. People actually use them on the road today. We'll look at them together just for a moment. I'll show you on the tablet. It So there are multiple versions of them. Actually, I almost worked a company recruited me to work for them in Costa Mesa, California here, and they actually, they're an Italian motorcycle company, but it's becoming more and more popular. So we'll look at it right now. The name of it, I call it Airbag Dude. Airbag. So it's called an airbag vest. It's a personal safety vest worn by some motorcyclists and sports riders. Airbag vests initially found popularity among Christian competitors, and airbags have become mandatory in professional motorcycle racing. So I've actually seen it work in motorcycle racing, and it's amazing. Let me show you what one looks like. Motor. And um, and they're not that big. I know what you're thinking, like, oh, it's gonna look like a big bouncy castle, but it doesn't. It's like so. Um, So, like, basically, they make a different kind for base jumping. And what is that? Um, it basically has that same kind of technology, but has a big web that shoots out that's almost like a parachute that allows you to almost fall down like a piece of paper. So I don't know if you can see. I'm sure you can't see that well, but this is what one of those backpacks, those vests looks like, and it's not that bulky, you know. And basically, it just inflates, and there are two ways that it can inflate. The one is when the gyroscope senses that there isn't that you're like in midair, and then the other one is when the gyroscope is already automatically connected to the motorcycle, and once you fly off, that's the thing that actually triggers it. So apparently, the one with the gyroscope that knows when you are launched off of the motorcycle is more expensive than the kind that's just automatically connected to your motorcycle. So if you're looking at it as a just an issue of cost, the far more inexpensive one is just basically a bodysuit that has a connection to your motorcycle on it, and if that connection ever breaks, that bodysuit knows to inflate, as opposed to one that has a gyroscope within it and will certainly inflate, hopefully at the right time, but is more expensive because it's essentially a wireless contraption. Well, you're absolutely right, and I thought of that myself. I mean, airbags don't always go off at the right time, and you will have situations where, due to heat or due to friction, or perhaps even just factory errors, that these things will go off at an inopportune time and perhaps can cause death unnecessarily when they should be there to prevent them. But I think there's probably a lot of quality assurance testing that goes through these. I mean, they are used in professional sports currently. I've seen them, like they said, in equestrian sports. I honestly think I've seen them or heard them discussed at least in bull riding as well. So the fact that they are being used more and more in athletics, I think you'll see them also on the road more often. And then eventually you'll get people who normally didn't have the type of courage to do any of these extreme sports, and they'll start doing it on their own, wearing these boots. And it'll be anything to push their body a little higher to get that higher level of adrenochrome, that little bit more high out of their body. When before, probably the best amount of the highest level of adrenaline that they may have been able to get in a safe manner was either probably skydiving, tandem skydiving, or perhaps going on a roller coaster. They'll be able to achieve much higher levels of death-defying and adrenochrome in their brain, which is essentially, the rush that people like of these extreme sports. They'll be able to get that because of this suit and probably live to tell about it, I would imagine. Yeah, so a lot of people think that everybody has adrenochrome. It's produced by your adrenal glands, which are located right here. people don't know where your adrenal glands are, but you know when you get that feeling of butterflies in your stomach? That's your adrenaline gland. Um, that's them emitting a, adrenaline, adrenochrome. Now, what you're talking what you're talking about is a thing, and we'll talk about that in a second. So, what does that mean when you're talking about adrenochrome? Okay. So, what you're talking about is the idea that the elite, for lack of a better term, for man, I'm the king of knowing all this shit. So basically, the idea is that you can, well, I can even tell you the best kind of children to use. So the children that produce the highest amount of adrenaline, of adrenochrome, are considered white male children between the ages of 8 and 11. Essentially, they have the most amount of adrenochrome or adrenaline that is produced uh, per per pound, and essentially what this means is children of Eastern Europeans, like Eastern Europeans, are seen as really highly valued, or their adrenochrome is really highly valued. So what do you do? This is exactly no, you're exactly right. It's Eastern European, white male. It is. I can tell you. I've read there are these cooking cookbooks of how to eat a person. These cannibal cookbooks, and like it's fucking crazy. I've read through all of them and um, all of the recipes. I'm like, like what it tastes like. The old joke, it tastes like chicken, is actually about humans and not about frog legs or any other thing like that. Humans taste like chicken whenever, but that's the old adage. It tastes like chicken. What tastes like chicken? Humans taste like chicken. Um, okay, so what happens? Essentially, you kidnap children, and you what is done at many of these elite parties is you traumatize, and one of the best ways to do it, if you know about this video, it's very famous. You referenced it. I won't necessarily get too much into it, but uh, it's a maneuver that you do. You cut off the face of the child and wear the child's face as a mask while staring at the child, so that the child sees their own face on your face, and it produces the most amount of terror that has been able to be achieved out of a child. So basically, I would say the champagne of adrenochrome would be finding an Eastern European boy between the ages of 8 and 11, and essentially getting them really, really, really scared, and then cutting off their face, wearing it as a mask as you watch them die and bleed to death, and then you take their blood and you drink it. That would be the highest level of adrenochrome you can achieve. But there is one other way to probably do it a little bit better, and that would be if you could somehow keep them positioned in a way so that their body was still prone, or that their yeah, yeah, perhaps their body, just so that they were still standing, let's say, and you were able to take a needle at the very base of their brainstem, where their brainstem meets their spine, and you extracted the blood that is going from their heart, particularly, but their body into their brain. That I would say is probably the best kind of adrenochrome that you can get. So, Eastern European boy, he's standing or being held up. You're able to extract the adrenochrome from the base of his brain stem while wearing his face. That's the best condition to get adrenochrome out of the kid. I know that sounds fucked up that I know that, but I've read enough about it. I'm telling you, those are the ideal conditions. And ask anyone who knows anything about human sacrifice, and I think they would agree with me. So, I've seen it. I've seen it done before. What they do is they take a razor blade and they cut. Yeah, exactly. A exacto knife or a box cutter, and they cut around the face first. So they cut the entire profile of the face, and then they cut around the eyes, and then they just have to peel that part off. and it comes off relatively easy, like almost like chicken breast skin, or like the skin of a roasted chicken. It like flays off pretty easily. Dog, can you imagine? You're a little kid. You don't know where the fuck you are. They've shown you all kinds of scary shit to get your adrenaline up. And you've never been so goddamn scared in your life. And now, right before they murder you and drink your blood, they show you your own fucking face. That's the worst kind of fucking punishment I think you could ever experience. Fuck yeah, I know David Arquette. Yeah, yeah, most certainly. In fact, if you want, we could watch that documentary tonight or sometime whenever you want. Dude, oh, inside the Bohemian Grove, where you know who sneaks in there with the most famous of all of them. You know who it is. You got it, baby. Okay, so we'll watch. You've never watched that one? Oh, dog, it's your lucky day. Here, I'm gonna put it on right now. Just for a moment. Oh, we're gonna talk as long as you want, and then the second that you're like, okay, let's watch it, we're gonna watch it. But I'm gonna have it all ready for us when you're ready. Can I tell you what's so cool about this one? If you haven't seen it, um, it's like one of my favorite things that he does is he has to sneak his way in, and he has like so he doesn't know all that much about it like when he's first going there, like he does years later and like the decades later since then. But he knows that one of the groups that is there goes by the term the good old boys. That's their that's their like uh, code name. So when you get there, everybody's got like a code name. Like, oh, with what group are you? And like some of them are like, I don't know, they all have these different names that are there. But the good old boys are like the southern guys that are there. And I just find it interesting. You'll see in the documentary that people are actually asking, like, so with what group are you? And oh, I'm with the good old boys. And they're like, oh, okay, that's cool. This is very interesting to do. So it's a it's oh oh they absolutely did. I mean he's able to just basically walk in and that was before they had all that security. Then in years later there would be people who would protest out there and nobody even does that anymore. Do you remember there were people who would protest these events but nobody does it anymore. Not maybe I think every year in late May and early June for 2 weeks of I know people who attend it. I know multiple people who attend it. I'm a Freemason in the state of California. There are a lot of people who attend it. I am. No, I didn't have any family members who were members. In fact, most Orthodox Jews are, there are, without going into specifics, it's not really seen as an Orthodox Jew thing. There are some things that conservative Reform Jews do, but really as Orthodox Jews, it's not something that we're do. I had to get special permission essentially to join. And um, and like, well, why would that be? Like, why would an Orthodox Jew not do it, but other people would? Um, well, depending on how religious you are, Orthodox Jews generally don't assimilate with non-Jews all that much outside of general business acquaintances. Generally, you're supposed to be raising a family and having a bigger family and praying and doing all these other things that Freemasonry isn't necessarily seen as something of importance in that. So I did get some special permission. I had my rabbi actually come in and speak with the people there, and he was so interested in it that he wanted to join as well. Um, with that being said, you find that there are certainly some people who have more influence in society. Sometimes they're Freemasons, sometimes they're not. I can tell you, at least with my experience, um, it's a lot of history. It's not all that interesting. A lot of it's really boring. But if you are ever interested in becoming a Freemason, all you have to do is ask one. There's a saying that we have. To be one is to ask. That's all you have to do. So if you're wondering, what is the that's how everybody does it. Oh, there's none of that, at least in the lower levels of Freemasonry. Now, at the highest levels of any group, you're going to find that, but at least the lower levels, there's no child sacrifice, there's nothing like that. They think all that shit is really weird, and they wonder why they're ever associated with any of that. It's amazing to me, low-level Masons are clueless when it comes to the upper levels of the elite. And that basically the foundation that allows all of that to exist, but they have no idea. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's all that diverse. It's becoming more and more diverse, but for many generations, African Americans weren't allowed to be Freemasons. Catholics still aren't supposed to be Freemasons. There's all kinds of prohibitions against some people. So, but in today's day and age, it's become much more modernized. Where I particularly think that Freemasonry has done a good job to become very diverse, at least when it comes to men. Obviously, women aren't able to become Freemasons. They have their own group. But when it comes to the Freemasonry lodges of which I've been a part, they've been very diverse. In fact, at least in California, impressively diverse. You can go to most any lodge in California and find, I would say, like whatever society is today. So let's say if you were to take the population of the United States, let's say 40% is white, like maybe 30% is Latino, Latinx, and like maybe between 10 and 20% is African American and 10 to 20% is Asian. That's what the population of America is, something like that. That's I have experienced it in California at least, similar. That it's very diverse population and it mimics what the outside world is as well. Where that is different is in the Midwest and in the South. It's still much whiter there, but I would say that's changing. So if you want to get in with a really interesting group of people, though, definitely something to consider. I appreciate that. You can use my likeness as much as you want. You, wait. I know what you're saying. Um, there's this place, I can show it to you on a map, out in the Coachella Valley, right near an airport. Some weird shit goes on out there. It's near, you know who Merv Griffin is? Okay, so Merv Griffin was a huge television presenter and television producer in the United States. So if you've ever heard of a television show like um, Jeopardy, I believe is it, or no, it's Mark Dixon. Perhaps it is. I believe like Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune and like a couple other game shows. It's not those specifically similar. Were his idea. Basically, they were his production company. So what I'm trying to tell you is this guy had mondo amounts of money, and he built this huge estate that became like polo ground out in that area. But then there's this there's this really secret um, tunnel system out there as well. Basically, I could show you on Google Earth right now. If we're really interested, I would show you. So basically, if you were driving down the road, you would never know that there was anything nefarious about this one place. But basically, there's this, um, I would say it's almost like a temple out in the middle of like the inland empire of California that is very close to the Coachella Valley. That apparently, what is done is they fly people in to this one airport out there, and then they drive them to this temple area, and they traffic them. Now, you know what Epstein's temple looked like on that island where it's like white and blue stripes, and it's like Egyptian? Exactly, just like that. This looks like that as well. And so does Merv Griffin's house. It has this weird like blue awning and like these blue like it's just I'm not saying it's exactly the same, but yeah, it has that weird Egyptian Ellen vibe. And yeah, so that happens out in Coachella. I mean, look, if you really want to know how like why people don't in power don't do anything aside from being corrupt, this is exactly what happens. They take an uncorrupt official and they say to them, "We're going to have a party on Saturday night, and we want you to be there. There's going to be a lot of fundraisers, campaign fundraising. There's going to be a lot of campaign fundraising there, a lot of philanthropists, a lot of benefactors." So the person goes there, and they say, "Okay, now we're going to have the after party. You want to stay, right?" And they're like, "Well, yeah, of course, it's an after party. What's going on?" And they're like, "Well, you want campaign funding, right?" And they're like, "Yeah." And they're like, "You'll do anything for it, right?" They're like, "Well, I mean, within reason, yeah, I guess. I mean, sure." They're like, "Okay, well, you have to understand something. We all have made a sacrifice to be here. That's why we're in power. You have a decision to make. You can either lose the upcoming election and leave right now and never talk to us again, or you can stay within our rank and file system, and you're going to win the upcoming election, but you have to make a sacrifice on your own." They bring out a child, and they're asked to sacrifice the child in front of a group of people. Not only do they have to sacrifice the child in front of a group of people, sometimes they have to probe the child, sometimes they have to rape the child, but on top of all of this, it's all on camera. And they tell the person, everything that you just did is on camera. We own you now. Anytime we need anything from you, we need you to vote in a certain way on a certain piece of legislation. You must vote this way, or else we will release the case of you raping a child and killing a child. So that's how easy it is to blackmail people. And that's the same thing that was being done on that island is being done in the nicest hotel rooms in Los Angeles, in New York, in London, in Rio, all throughout the world. I agree. Now this this account that you got of some girl who's trafficked to Bohemian Grove, where would I find that? Please do. You posted this on Reddit? Okay. Why'd you get banned from 4chan? I understand what you're saying. Well, when you see this video, I can't believe you've never seen this video, but you're so fascinated with it. It's like it's like the 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 what's the word? The opus, the the great work. It's like the magnum opus of the entire series revolves around this one documentary. You know what I mean? He's not a lunatic in this. He's as sane as anybody would be. He's like, you know what? There are a bunch of businessmen who go up into the woods of San Francisco every May, every June. Nobody knows what they're doing, and I want to know something about it. His first wife is in this um, this documentary, and it shows them. Now, what's really interesting about this documentary, and if you have time tonight, we'll watch them. If you don't, we'll watch them another time. This documentary is actually, as I recall, filmed from two different angles. So what do I mean? He does his own documentary called Inside the Bohemian Grove. But then there's a BBC group, British Broadcasting Corporation, that actually finds out that he's going to be going there, and they do a documentary on him. So there's the documentary that he makes that became very, very popular on the internet, and then there's the BBC version of it, which kind of skews him as being a little weird of a guy, but it's not that crazy. They don't make him this that crazy. Well, I mean, you actually see how they get in. They don't just park their car and walk in. As I recall, they stay in a hotel. Somebody I think drops them off, and they have to walk like 5 miles through the woods to eventually get to like a dirt road to eventually be able to hail someone down to get on in the in the rear of a pickup truck. And I remember they're in the back of this pickup truck, and that's when these guys are like, "So where are you guys from?" And they're like, "Oh, we're the good old boys." And like, "Oh, something like that, and we're like, yeah, and then they get in. So I mean, I don't want you to think they don't sacrifice children at that event. They do what's called the cremation of care there, which is a theatrical performance that essentially is a uh, well, how do I, a dramatization of a human sacrifice. So they don't do that there. It's, you okay? You okay? Say it. Go for it. Well, well, here's the thing. They may do that there, but they may not do it there during that 2 weeks. The only reason why I don't think they do that during that 2 weeks is when you see the people who are there. I mean, you know the people who are there. They're like presidents, and they're former presidents and things. They don't want to be around some kind of child sacrifice like in public. That's why I think that stuff does take place there, but it takes place the rest of the year. They have to do something with that land, so I could see them sacrificing people there. Now, at least according to Richard Milhouse Nixon, his famous quote about the Bohemian Grove was that it is the most homosexual thing he's ever seen in his entire life. And why is that? Well, this is what they said, that no women are allowed. Now, I know you're saying, well, this woman was there. I don't know if she was there during that 2 weeks. That's an important part of it. Maybe she was, and that's fine. But what I've read is that even, so they put on these plays, and even there are so few women who are there that the servants aren't women, and that the women who would normally be in the plays are played by men. Everything is played by men, like an old kind of play would be. Whether it's true or not, I'm not sure. Just keep that in mind that of the people who are there, I don't know if they'd want to be around this kind of child sacrifice and stuff with so many people there. 'Cause what? Um, well, so it's hard to get sources from it. So Richard Dixon is the one who says the most homosexual thing he's ever seen in his entire life. I've read some accounts of um, male prostitutes who were specifically brought there for that weekend for some reason, for whatever reason. But as I understand it, that is not the big one that is like where they celebrate their sexual proclivity. That's not that one. That is more about um, the ways of the world and the powers of the world. Now, if you want child sacrifice, I can tell you where they do child sacrifice every fucking day, once a day, at I believe noon. They sacrifice a child in Belgium. It's called the Queen of Darkness Castle. And the elite sacrifice one child there once a day to kind of just allegedly, I don't know if that's true or not, but there are a lot of accounts of it. So if you're ever interested, look at the Queen of Darkness Castle. I believe it's in Brussels, it's in Belgium, and That's where they sacrifice the child. Bohemian Grove, you'll see how many people are at the cremation there. I don't know if it's 500 people, but it's probably more than 200 people, and they're all men, and they're all standing outside, and you can hear them talking. I mean, it would be like, even at an event like that, if you killed someone at an event like that, it's still going to be like 300 or 400, 500 people who are going to see it. It's just like it's really hard to keep that much of a thing a secret as opposed to like I don't know 12 or 15 people like you're gonna get at one of these elite parties. But I mean, you'll see it yourself. Now one thing you said that is really interesting, and I want to agree with is this. Look, if our famous documentarian is going to make this video, what are the odds that he meets up with the BBC at the same time and they just so happen to be making a documentary at the same time? Here's how I remember it happening, and I could be wrong, but we could look this up. The BBC was doing a documentary on him already. So they were following what he was doing in Austin, Texas, and in Washington, D.C., and all these other places. And they followed him to San Francisco, basically. So he made his own documentary, and the BBC was already there following him. And they came out and made a documentary on him. I do remember seeing it. So you made an important point, I think, that triggered in my mind. What are the odds that, hey, this is supposed to be really secret, and you've got two documentaries being made simultaneously, and these people are in the same motel room? What are the odds of that? Well, the reason why that took place was because one of the documentaries was already being filmed on him, and he decided to make one as well. But with that being said, I don't really remember because it's been, that movie was made 24 years ago. It's the year 2000. So this means it's pre-9/11, of course, and he looks really young in it. He's only been on public access for like 8 years, and he's basically had his radio show like 3 or 4 years. Um, and honestly, I think it was incredibly brave of him. Incredibly brave of him. And some people say that he knew people to get him in there, or that like they allowed him to take the video. I don't think they did. No one's ever snuck out any video ever since. And oh, in the years afterward, the security went really, really high. I can tell you that. I can tell you one story. Okay, so I know the property. Okay. Sure. It's, well, it, well, the owl is stone, and you'll see that in the video. It's huge. It's 40 feet tall. The overlay, the person who does the voice on they always there. Web, ye who web, ye who spin web shall not enter. The guy's voice who does that is the guy who did the Frosted Flakes commercials. Like they're great. The guy who does Tony the Tiger. E- Exactly, and he's also Goofy from Disney. If you know who Goofy is, you know I forget his name, but basically he did a recording for Bohemian Grove, as I understand it. That's the one that plays in that video. And then, as I understand as well, they were going to replace his voice after he died with someone more modern, but they haven't yet. But that's been a discussion, like maybe to update it a little bit. So with that, yeah, yeah, no, it's in the same place every year. It's, I believe the name of there's a lake there. Um, it's just called, oh, it's called the Lakeside Chat. So there's a lake there where the owl is. It's 40 feet tall. And what they do is everybody gathers around the lake. They all have torches. And they have this recording that they play, and you can hear it. And it's like, you know, stop, he who goes there, yada, yada, yada. And then they bring out this little doll. It's like a little human doll. And they bring it out on a little, um, it's almost like a wooden casket. And as I recall, they bring it out, and it may even be out on the water, and they light it on fire, and everybody cheers, and then that's the biggest night that they have. That's when everybody celebrates, and so I can tell you what's important about the year 2000 is that usually at Bohemian Grove is when they tell you who the next president is going to be and also what's on the upcoming agenda. So a lot of the people who were there at this particular year would have known that George Walker Bush would be the 43rd president of the United States and that 9/11 might have happened. It might have been coming up the next year. It's just very interesting as well to see that the lack of security that you have pre 9/11. These guys don't really have cell phones all that much. It's not like, you know, like like the people who are at Bohemian Grove, it's a different mentality that they had. They weren't thinking that anybody would come in with like a cell phone. Cell phone cameras weren't even a thing then. So the way that Alex Jones has to get in there is he's got this like camera underneath his arm, and he's just like recording it. And I would say he does a very good job of recording it with not not like being able to stick the thing up in his eye or anything. You see what happens. It's basically, as I would describe it, like a dramatization of a sacrifice of a human, and then they all cheer, and basically they eat, drink, they be merry. It's like 2 weeks away from their wives, and if I were to say anything, it's very homosexual. Not that there's anything wrong with being homosexual, but it's like overtly homosexual to the point where I think a lot of the heterosexual guys complain about it because they want to be around some women and there just aren't any women there. Well, I can tell you that Richard Nixon used to just say it's the most homosexual goddamn it's the most I think he so no, you don't see any of that. I think what it is, so if you know the history of Bohemian Grove, it was for people of the Bohemian Society of San Francisco. So like Oscar Wilde and like all these authors of the Western United States after the Civil War, it gave them a place of, of recluse, but essentially very soon that was corrupted by the oil barons and the rail barons to be a place of extreme influence. So what you start to learn about these organizations, so you have the Bohemian Club. but there are also some all-male organizations around the United States and the world that basically are the most powerful groups on Earth. So in California, at least, like they're in every major state. But yeah, people might say, "Oh, the Freemasons." No. Sure, those are important folks. Like I can tell you, there's something called the California Club and the Jonathan Club, and and the Stanford Club. Like, what are these clubs? They're all male private clubs, invite only, where basically you have a certain amount that you have to pay in your dues, etc. But there's secret societies. In New York City, there's the Union Club and there's the Yale Club. There are all kinds of clubs. You're basically, in the same way, you have the Bohemian Club, which emerged as one of these. So this one was a little different. Instead of being in downtown San Francisco, this one was in Montevideo, California, which is just a little outside. Also, it was on the Russian River. So these guys for 2 weeks could go fishing, they could go hunting, but usually they were there with other guys. And it just got this reputation for being very homosexual. And at least according to Richard Nixon, he says Bohemian Grove was the most faggy goddamn thing you could ever imagine. That was his exact quote. So, so at least what they say about it, it is for 2 weeks, and it was established in 1878, and it's in mid-July each year, actually, not late May, mid-July, and but that isn't always. It can be late June as well. Um, the club motto is "Reading Spiders Come Not Here." That's a big deal. But like there were like okay, so what are some big things that were discussed there? The the nuclear bomb was discussed there. Um, Another thing that was discussed there, um, I mean, just different presidencies, traditions, rituals, and symbols. Cremation of Care is the big one. It's a theatrical production in which some of the club members participate as actors. It was first conducted in 1881. The production was devised by James F. Bowman and George T. Cromwell playing the high priest. They usually set up within the plot of series hijinks, dramatic performances of first young son and family. Afterwards, the spirit of care, done by the James hero, was solemnly exhumated. The ceremony served as a catharsis for pent-up high spirits to present symbolically the salvation of the trees of the club. The cremation of care was separated from the other grove plays in 1915 and moved to the first night to become an exercise of the demons to ensure the success of the same series. The grove play was moved to the last weekend of the encampment. The ceremony takes place in front of an outline. The moss and leafy and lichen covered statues stimulate the natural rock formation yet holds electrical and audio equipment within it. Oh, my apologies. Hold on, I made a mistake. I made a mistake. The voice that does the cremation of care, this is what it was. When it's Walter Cronkite who actually does the voice. If you know who that was American TV, TV presenter for many years. The guy who does wait, I forgot. That guy, this isn't even related. I just made a mental mistake. That guy does the voice of the Haunted Mansion at Disneyland. So it's actually Walter Cronkite who does it. But don't get me wrong. There's something about that guy's voice and Bohemian Grove. I'm just not exactly sure what it is. That either that guy was a member of it or something. Because that guy's voice is like he was a very connected member of society. But nevertheless, so we got Walter Cronkite, who was a member of Bohemian Grove, which gives it even more credence that this is a really important event that they have there. When you have the most trusted voice in the world, according to Americans, being the same voice as that of the mock cremation, it's very important. Um, so they have this grove play. Um, Essentially, each year grove plays perform for one night during the final weekend of the summer encampment. The plays are large-scale musical theatrical production, written and composed by club members involving some 300 people, including chorus cast, stage crew, and orchestra. So even that uh, play, they publicly acknowledge has 300 people. Now you have to understand, if the play itself has 300 people, I would say the crowd has maybe 500 or 700 people. I mean, it's a big crowd. You might get 1,000 people there. Max. Yes, it is. It's involving some 300 people, including chorus, cast, stage crew, and orchestra. I'm in agreement with you. So here's, here's, here's an interesting thing about women. Although no woman has ever been given full membership in the Bohemian Club, the four female honorary members were hostess Margaret Bowman, poet Ina Coolbrith, actress Elizabeth Proctor, and Sarah Jane Lippincott. Like these are all from like 1978. They were charged for discrimination, but they were allowed to. So the So originally they were because they refused to hire women. Remember I said that like basically everybody who worked there was a guy. Well, they got sued over this. Exactly. And the judge. So originally the um because here's why. Well, the Grove they would say men urinate in the open without even use of rudimentary toilet facilities, and that the presidents or females would alter club members' behavior. However, the judge's decision was overruled by the State Fair Employment and Housing Commission, which on October 17, 1981, ordered the club to begin recruiting hiring women as employees. So, you know, maybe, I mean, I probably think that there are women who are employees there now, but at least during that 2 weeks, they do their best to keep it all male, as I understand it. Um, yeah, so the Grove is the grounds, the club is the organization that you join. They're used interchangeably. What'd you say? Yes, definitely. Is it the biggest one in the world? No. The biggest one in the world is more likely Bilderberg's group, I would say. Are you familiar with Bilderberg group? Okay, so that one's the real movers and shakers of the world. This one, I would say, is like more old man money. The Bilderberg Group is essentially an annual meeting of the world's power players. So who would that be? The Secretary of State of all the countries, or they're the heads of the World Bank, and they have it in a different location every year. And usually these locations are very difficult to get to. So they'll be like in Davos, Switzerland, or they'll be in like Shanghai, where like no, you have to understand, it's very difficult to get to for the average person. It's just a flight for maybe someone who can afford it. But for someone who has no money who's trying to protest this because these people are taking over the world, it's very expensive. Because what they do is they ensure that all the hotels in town that week that they're there are so overpriced and impossible to get. They've learned in the past that they don't want anybody staying near where they're having these meetings. So they buy up all of the hotel rooms wherever they are, anywhere near. So I've heard of them. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I thought you said crypto chairman. What did you say? Crypto what? Oh, okay. Crypto chain link. What is this? Yeah, absolutely. Many of the same people attend, but they are different. So the World Economic Forum generally always takes place in Davos. Uh, the Bilderberg Group takes place in a random location somewhere different every single part of the year. And when I say like they have it in a difficult location, like they'll have it in Washington, they'll have it like at Alexandria, Virginia. And you're like, oh, okay, well, anybody can get to Alexandria, Virginia. But number one, they shut down the entire city when things are there. So they have like tanks that come out and they put up all kinds of barricades. Like they shut down the entire city when they have the Bilderberg Group there. And it doesn't occur in the United States very often because when they do get there, they have people with megaphones and signs who protest it. So what they've been doing over recent years is having it in far away locations. Now, if you're wondering what is the word Bilderberg, what does that even mean? This was supposed to be such a secret meeting that it wasn't supposed to even have a name. They were just supposed to know it as the meeting. But because so many meetings kept, taking that term, eventually they just took the name of the first hotel where the first meeting took place, which was the Hotel Bilderberg. So that's why it's known as the Bilderberg. Is somebody coughing or sneezing? You okay? Are you all right? You okay, baby? Bob Marley? Are you, oh, okay. I was gonna say, I think he was the most anti-Bilderberg person I could have ever seen. Thank you, Squirrely. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Let's name them. Let's name them. Are we ready? We've got the Astors, the Bundys, the Collinses, the Carnegies, the DuPonts, the Lees, the Merovingian bloodline, the Russells, the Reynoldses, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the Van Duns slash Vanderbilts, and then also the House of Windsor. Those are the 13 big ones. Arguably, they can all be traced back to essentially, as we understand, four women. As I understand, there are like four bloodlines of humanity where these generations can all follow themselves back. So I imagine they would follow themselves back to that family as well. May I tell you my experience? At least in Salvia, I found that did not happen, though I was expecting that. It really felt like a huge wave was coming over me that you wanted to lie down horizontally, and exactly, yeah, and it only lasts for 10 to 15 minutes, and then it's done, and you can't do it again for another like month. Maybe you can do it maybe once more, but it's like this really quick onset, and then you you could try to do it as much as you want, and absolutely nothing will happen. It's like your brain has to get to a certain level, and then it's like quit for a while. Fuck yeah, I love acid. Never met an acid I didn't like. Yeah, this one time I was in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and I was doing acid, and my friend and I were gonna do it together, and he had just had a friend of his die, and so you don't necessarily want to do acid with like having a death on the mind. Uh, so he didn't do all his acid, and that meant there was extra acid for everyone's favorite rabbi. So I did like twice what I was going had planned on doing, and then on top of that, we were already doing like 10 times what a normal person should do. So I remember being there, and I'd done acid before. There's no, this is like the only time I've done it. I don't remember. I really don't recall. But I do remember that I ate like maybe 10 blocks, and this is the best acid I ever had. I imported it using cryptocurrency from Amsterdam, and that's how I got into cryptocurrency. Was because that was the only way to buy drugs on the dark web. So so I end up doing this acid, and I'll never forget. I was wearing this pure white Adidas tracksuit, and I remember looking at my friend as I was doing this, and this feeling went up from my coccyx at the bottom of my stem of my tail of my the tip of my spine, and went all the way up each vertebrae up to my brain stem, and then exploded in serotonin inside my brain. Everything was very colorful, and I remember saying to my friend, "This is the best feeling any person could ever have in life." That's exactly what I said to him. And to this day, I have reached a level of loved ones. You know, when you like fall in love, I've reached a level of loved ones on a given night, perhaps that was like a different kind of feeling of like one of like, some of the highs that you go through. This was a different kind of serotonin feeling that I underwent, and to this day, I don't want to say I'm chasing that because if I was, I'd be doing acid all the time and trying to get back to it. But I do know that in the future, I would like to try that again because it was so amazing. You're absolutely right. Now, the best time on mushrooms I ever had, there were two times that stick out. I can tell you all kinds of stories about mushrooms, but the one time it was right around Halloween, and my friend and I we were in college, my roommate and and I'd never done mushrooms before, and so it was right around Halloween, and all of the trees. We started walking around the lake at our university, and all of the trees started to look like those haunted trees, you know, with like a big mouth in the trunk, you know, and like has like really scary hands for the branches of the arms. Everything started looking like that, but we knew we were safe, and so it was really enjoyable. It was like when we did mushrooms, it made the whole world, that whole world where we were, it made it feel like a haunted house, and it was really fun. Another time I did them, and this was so funny. This was so funny. Now I know I can't like reenact it, but uh, I don't know if you guys are aware of the movie, the musical that came out 15 years ago, 16 years ago now, called Across the Universe. But it's basically a Beatles musical, and I really love the Beatles. So I went to go see this movie. I was in college, and I went like I drove like an hour to go see this movie, and I saw it, and I really liked it. Well, I told my friend I really want to see it, and he really wanted to see it as well, and he's like, let's do it on mushrooms. We love the Beatles, and I told him it'd be a really cool movie to see on mushrooms. So here we are. We take mushrooms, and we get to the theater, and we're watching the movie, and it's really intense. And there's this one scene, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie, but it's like the most saddest scene maybe in the whole movie. This little child is singing Let It Be, the Beatles song Let It Be, in the middle of a race riot in Michigan in the 1960s. It's very, very, very intense and a very tense scene overall. And wouldn't you know it, here I am fucking tripping balls because I'm on mushrooms, and my cell phone had fallen out of my pocket, and I got a telephone call, and my cell phone was ringing very loudly, in the theater, and I didn't realize that it was my phone had fallen out originally, and so here I was trying to reach and get it, and I was laughing so hardly because I'm tripping on mushrooms during the most somber part of this movie, and my phone went through an entire cycle of someone calling. Then they called back, and it went through an entire another cycle because I couldn't find out. Finally, I found it, but I must have ruined this movie experience for the watchers. I really feel badly that I had done that. I didn't mean to, but I can just say that those two times of being high on mushrooms or tripping on mushrooms really stand out in my mind. So I have a lot of them, and I have a lot of tips if you're ever doing mushrooms, how you can enhance your high by using like niacin, vitamin C, and all kinds of other things. You can really enhance the amount of visuals that you see by particularly using high amounts of vitamin C. I love drugs. Honestly, I think that they are an amazing way to enhance your life if done correctly. I used to struggle with them. When I say struggle with them, I don't mean like I was a heroin addict or anything like that. But I used to, like, frankly, always want to be doing something, no matter what it was. I remember talking with a cousin of mine, and I said to him, because like drugs are super taboo in my family, and I I kind of had to confess to him that I really liked doing some drugs, and he said to me, and it's true, anything in moderation, basically, so long as you can handle it, you should be okay. And I think that's a pretty good rule to live by which to live. So there are some people who are very much like black and white on some things, but I think at least when it comes to drugs, a little bit in moderation doesn't necessarily hurt. It can really enhance your life. Do you ask? Do you have an opinion on the idea that the idea that perhaps drugs in moderation may be beneficial to some members of society? No, I don't think. I don't think for everyone. No, I don't think for everyone, and certainly in moderation. There are some people for whom drugs are not a good thing, and probably they should stay away from them. But I think, yeah, I don't want to paint with too broad of a brush to say that a single person for some reason or another, shouldn't do any drugs of any kind because we have to define what a drug is then. Does that mean that it's bad if they had a cup of tea, if they had a little bit of caffeine in it? Because some people define caffeine as a drug, particularly in excess amounts. I don't know. I think if we could come to some kind of conclusion on what we would consider a drug, then perhaps. But I know what you're saying. Look, you shouldn't have someone with severe mental issues taking bath salts and raging on some convenience store clerk at 2 o'clock in the morning on the side of a highway. You don't want that to happen. I get that. So I understand that there are limitations and not everyone should have access to everything perhaps, but I am someone who thinks that just because a few people may have some rare issues with drugs does not necessarily mean that we have to prohibit them from everyone. And also that there should be a way that you should be able to try drugs in a safe manner so that you don't run into issues where you are tearing off someone's face or leaving it like allegedly occurs with like PCC and basketball and things. A lot of them. What would you like to know? Vatican City. What else did you say? Okay. So there are a lot of them. To break them into one, there isn't just necessarily one, unless you want to call the whole thing one, which I think is probably accurate. So what is it? We have to really understand what it is historically. As I understand it, I'm not a Christian, so ideally you would go to probably a Christian historian to be the theologian, but I'm just a rabbi who is on the internet, so believe what you wish. But essentially, you had the Nazarene, Jesus of Nazareth, who died, let's say traditionally, because it's the basis of the on this. So let's say 33 CE, as we say, as do common era, because we don't do a whole AD. Okay, so he dies then. Then you have essentially like a period of 300 years of the early formation of the church. You've got the Council of Nicaea that occurs in like early 400. Uh, the fall of Rome in 476. We had the fall of the Temple of Solomon in 78 CE. Then you have essentially the prior to the fall of Rome, you have the uh, conversion of the Roman Empire from polytheism, paganism, to Christianity due to a supposed vision that Constantine had on the battlefield. So what you then eventually have is the beginnings of the structure of a church. However, it doesn't have a leader and would not. So then you have the different bishops within each major city where Christianity spread, but not one bishop was seen as any better than any other until you get the Great Schism, as I understand, around 1077 CE, where you have the breakup between the Eastern Orthodox Church and what we're talking about here, the Roman Catholic Church, the Vatican. And I know I had to give a lot of background on that, but I want to make sure that we understand that we're only really talking about less than about half of all Christians maybe purport to this group. And what ends up happening within that group is the Bishop of Rome really became more exalted and stronger than the other bishops and was seen as someone who took the prime role. The two basic heads of the churches were Rome in the west and, well, what was Byzantium, which then became Constantinople, which then became Istanbul in the east. And then from there, if you want to get into certain theories that occur, we certainly can have the original formation being of the church. If you really read the Gospels, now I'm not an expert in the Gospels, but all of the people that are really addressed in the Gospels, they're basically all Jews. Jesus is a Jew, Joseph is a Jew, Mary is a Jew, Paul is a Jew, all of them. Well, that's falls not the gospel, but like they're all Jews. So basically, this is a branching off of Judaism as we see it, and um, you have essentially you have the church leaders, the founders, Peter and Paul, as the first bishops of Rome, and essentially as seen as the first pope. But that's really reversed, as I understand it. You didn't have a pope per se. You had a bishop of Rome that was known as the pope, but that bishop of Rome was really just generally a small-time bishop, but an important one until you have the Great Schism in and around that time. So then you have some periods during the church's history that people don't know, where religious clergy members, particularly priests, could marry. for about half of the church's history, priests could marry. Now, what does that mean? What did that mean? That means that the priest had children, and that caused a lot of issues when it came to church property, because a priest would say, "Look, I have a wife and I have children. I want to gift them something. I obviously cannot provide for my family in any other way. I'm a priest here." So, as I understand, around the year 100, something like 900, you had the um, the clergy taking a vow of celibacy, and but that's only like half of the church's existence, as I understand. Uh, okay, so then from there, you have this. I would say, um, and like you asked, like, well, what are the big theories within it? This is such a big group that I kind of have to hit them all. So we'll talk about the crusades now. Essentially, there's always been this idea, I think, within Judaism, of course, certainly within Christianity as well, and Islam as well, that whatever group controls Jerusalem, eventually, if they're able to put their people there, that either Mashiach is going to come, the Messiah is going to come, or Jesus is going to come, or you know, there'll be a new prophet from Islam, or something is going to happen. So everyone kind of feels like that is the magic part of the earth. Is it really? No. The reason why that territory is so important is because it is at the crossroads of Europe, Asia, and Africa. It's like a highway, and that's why it's so important. And it was seen as a very important piece of land historically. And the Christian Europeans, saw it as no different. And they really saw that land as what would be the area that would be essentially the 50-yard line between the Muslims and the Christian Crusaders. So you have the Seven Crusades. Um, Certainly within that, you also have some groups that emerge that are important in these discussions when we get into these esoteric discussions, like the Teutonic Knights, and also early banking starts to emerge as well. Of course, you have like coining, like governments that would coin uh, metals. However, now we're moving away from governments doing this into independent landowners doing this, and you get into money lending, and you get into the prohibition of usury within Christianity, and its allowance within Judaism between Jews and non-Jews. Essentially, it is usury, which is the charging of interest, is allowed in some aspects of Judaism when it is not allowed or wasn't allowed within Christianity. So from there, that's all. There are theories behind that in which we could get into. Certainly, the idea that a system that allows for interest to be collected can never essentially pay that interest back, but the interest it comes from nowhere. And so, how do you uh, maintain such a system if you're going to have uh, if you're going to have interest growth? So there's that. Then you get more into certainly, and this is where I think it starts to get even more interesting with the Medici family and their power. And I believe you said was it the Orsini? Um, and these Renaissance families that begin to bankroll the papacy and really give the papacy its power. So when I say the Medici, when you see St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, that is directly paid for by the Medicis and by bishoprics and lay indulgences. And so if you want to know, like, I mean, yeah, there are a lot of periods during the church's history that are filled with a lot of, I would say, um, negativity. Certainly the lay indulgence scandal that rocked the Roman Catholic Church, I would say, after the medieval period was certainly something where essentially, in order to get to heaven, you could go to your local clergy member and give a certain donation, and you have a reservation. And all of this created a huge amount of excess wealth for the Roman Catholic Church, and they used that wealth to build St. Peter's Basilica and many of the Pope's apartments, and to have some of the faraway land. And then also to pay for the missionary movement, which would eventually come. So then there are other stories about this. And if you're like, well, these aren't those good of theories, trust me, the theories about the Roman Catholic Church get way better, and I know way more about them as we get more recent. I'm not, I mean, I'm somewhat of a historian, but I'm not necessarily a Roman Catholic Church historian, but I do know something about religion. So then you get into the major families of the Roman Catholic Church, so Orsini, but particularly the Merovingian bloodline branch, the royalty of the European nobility, but particularly Medici and that family. And then one that is really, in my opinion, one of my favorites is the Fugger family. Have you ever heard of the Fugger family? Fugger, Fugger. Very few people have, but there's an argument to be made that the Fugger family at one point was the richest family on earth. So who is the Fugger family? The Fugger family was an Austrian family that basically bankrolled many aspects of the Holy Roman Empire, and it was a Catholic family, a Roman Catholic family, and they basically took over after the Medicis as the bankrollers of medieval Europe. And I would say it's arguable that the Rothschilds took over after the Fugger family as the most powerful family in the world. But there was certainly a time between like 1630 and say like 1750 where the Fugger family was arguably the most influential family on Earth. And why is that? Well, Jacob the Fugger, whose nickname is Jacob the Rich. Very few guys there's like Alexander the Great and Charles the Great, but very few people in history are known as Jacob the Rich. Name another guy who's known as the Rich, but this guy was known as Jacob the Rich. And this motherfucker was he made a whole bunch of money in the timber industry in Europe and also real estate, and then began to start getting in with European royalty as well, and began to the early practice of loaning to governments because the loan to government was much more lucrative for a country because the debt was paid for by the labor of the citizens of the country as opposed to an individual themselves, which basically meant that countries could not declare bankruptcy aside from just being conquered, that they were essentially much better people to whom to invest as opposed to individuals who can collapse and you lose your investment then. So Jacob the Fugger basically created a dynasty, and I really think was trying to ensure that Roman Catholicism won out of all the world's religions. And he built this thing, one of which is called the Fugger, Fugger, Fugger gas, something along those lines. It's located in Germany. If you're familiar with Vamp is a member of our community. She lives there. And basically, what Jacob Fugger's dream was, one of his dreams, was to create a set of apartment complexes where you could live for a very low price in exchange for basically just being Roman Catholic. So all you had to do was pray 3 times a day, and you had to pay each year. You had to pay in today's day and age, it's 85 cents. So one entire year of rent in this Huger complex is 85 cents today. So if you're like, well, how is it so cheap? Basically, this Huger created this giant fund, this giant trust, and so all these apartment complexes are paid for by this trust. Now this is the beautiful thing. In like 1650, he put $5,000 in this trust. I mean, like a really small amount, and that trust is still paying out today, and it pays for all these people's living conditions. So basically, you have the Huber family. Okay, fine. Then what happens? Well, we start getting into, I would say, the power of the Rothschilds, and there's really no denying that. And that really begins to emerge around 1750. And while Hugers were certainly making money in the timber industry, the Rothschilds made money particularly in banking and loaning to government. And the big one was the big relationship was between Meyer Amschel Rothschild and Prince Wilhelm of the Habsburg Empire. And essentially, what was learned is that if you loan to government, it's much more lucrative, and also there's a much higher, a much lower uh, default rate of default on a country than there is on an individual. Plus, the loans were bigger. So from there, I mean, we could go into the story of the Rothschilds at some other time, but it is important to discuss in terms of the Roman Catholic Church because these are two polar enemy forces, essentially. And so when I say the Roman Catholic Church, what am I really saying? I'm saying the Medici family, or I'm saying the Fugger family. I'm saying these powerful Roman Catholic families. When I talk about Judaism, what am I really saying? I'm really talking about the Rothschild family. I'm really talking about the Oppenheimer family. I'm really talking about the Goldberg family. These are just conglomerates of different families that basically make up the inner workings of these religious bodies. So then you get into the 19th century, which is really the interesting part of the Roman Catholic Church that no one in the Roman Catholic Church really knows that I know, or that of Roman Catholics with whom I've interacted, they don't know this history. And so what's important about the 19th century Roman Catholic Church? Please, I am not an expert on 19th century European revolutionary history just because there were so many revolutions that occurred in Europe just in the 19th century that I don't know each one of them by year, but I can tell you over the course of like 40 years, 90% of all European countries had some kind of revolution. And one major one that occurred was in Italy. So what happened? If you know the story of the Battle of Waterloo, Napoleon has the French army at the Battle of Waterloo, and he's facing the Allies. And it ends up that Napoleon loses the battle. But allegedly, Myriam Rothschild had a courier that was watching the battle as it occurred. And when he saw, the courier saw that Wellington, the, the leader of the Allies, was going to win, and that Napoleon was going to lose, this courier took off for the English Channel. So you know where Waterloo is? It's in Belgium. And so this courier, it was like a series of couriers, basically. One horseback rider to another horseback rider to another horseback rider. Uh, Communicated this information, finally gets to the English Channel, and they send the information on a boat to the English Channel. And actually, Nathan Rothschild is the one who learns of this information and tricks everyone in the London Stock Exchange into selling all of their stock because they thought that Napoleon had won at Waterloo when in fact he had lost. And then in one foul swoop, Rothschild purchased the the London Stock Exchange, and essentially the Bank of London, the Bank of England, in one day for pennies on the pound, because everyone who was a shareholder at the time ended up thinking that Napoleon was on his way to London, when in fact Napoleon had lost. And once 24 hours had gone by and everyone had found out what actually had happened, they realized it was too late. And Rothschild, who had been just standing very quietly at the pillar and everyone thought had been selling, had actually had a proxy buy up all of the stock and essentially take over the British government over the course of one day in 1850. So that changes European structure in a major way, because now the and it's not just the Rothschild, it's many different families, ones that we've named, begin to take power in the 19th century. So this is when you see the rise of the Rockefeller family in the United States, which is really just an offshoot of the Rothschild family of Europe, and um, and many of these families are related. So then you get into uh, the Battle of Waterloo, and as we discussed, and some of the revolutions that take place. One of which is a very key one, is the revolution that takes place in Italy. So what ends up happening is, I understand, and I don't know exactly what pope it is, because honestly, I'm not Catholic. I don't pay attention to pope names, but I know one of the popes uh, during this uh, the revolution is basically at the Vatican. Now, if you know anything about the Vatican is basically a city-state within the city of Rome, and it has huge walls, and it can protect itself within a city that is also walled, which is Rome. And the um, the this revolution occurs, and essentially they the the army is able to surround the Pope in the Vatican, and and basically the Pope has to stay there as a prisoner for some amount of years. It's at least some amount of months or some amount of years, but and I can look this up on Wikipedia and we could go through. But I'm just giving you a summary of what I know of some of these theories. And so what the Pope had to do in the middle of the 19th century is make an agreement with the powers of Europe. And this is how we get the creation of Vatican City, basically, as its own separate city-state from Italy. Italy had gone through this revolution, and what the Pope had to do is essentially sell the bank of the Roman Catholic Church. He had to sell that to the bankers of the world, and in exchange he would be able to keep his title, and that everything would maintain on the outside its normalcy. So the Roman Catholic Church would, from the outset, seem like everything was normal, when in reality it had been conquered during this revolution. And then there were major changes that were made in the Roman Catholic Church, such as Vatican I, which occurred during the 19th century. And we get into Vatican II in the 20th century, which really changes the Roman Catholic Church into something that really isn't even resembles what it once was. But so then we get into the 20th century of the Roman Catholic Church. Of course, we have all of the theories that go on of whether Pope Pius, you know, protected people during the Holocaust, or whether he was an ally of the Nazis, whatever. I don't want to get into those conversations, but you're asking, like, well, what theories surround the Roman Catholic Church? There are many of them. Um, and then you get into the Pope, and the Pope during. Um, so we're going to talk about the Pope in right before Vatican II. So I can look up all the popes right now, and we can get all the names down. I'm just going to give you off the top of my head what I remember, and that is this. You had Pope John Paul the First, not Paul the Second. Paul the Second was the guy who was like in the 90s and was a really long pope. This is John Paul the First. John Paul I was Pope for 33 days. There is the theory that he was poisoned because like he was only Pope for 33 days. There's like something that's really rare to have a Pope only that long. Like usually Popes aren't super long, but they're longer than 33 days. So there's the theory that John Paul I was killed, and the reason why he was killed was he did not want to go along with Vatican II. There was this big push in the Roman Catholic Church, as I understand it, to go against Vatican II. There was a big push from the outside international influences to pass Vatican II. There was also another pope. His name, I'm not going to look it up right now. We can look it up together. I'm just telling you right now, there was a very special pope, a very special cardinal who should have been pope. He was actually allegedly elected pope. So I'm talking about someone who was actually elected pope, where they show the white smoke outside St. Peter's Basilica and everything. And the reason why I know there was white smoke, there was pictures, there were pictures of this white smoke in local Italian newspapers when they announced that there was a new pope, and they had an article that they had they had elected college of cardinals had elected a new pope, and everyone in Rome had celebrated. What changed is the next day they said, no, you all thought you saw white smoke that was actually grayish, blackish smoke. We are still deliberating. We do not have a pope. So everyone was like, wait, we just saw white smoke. We know what a new pope looks like. We've been seeing this our whole life at different intervals. What's going on? Well, allegedly what happened was there was a pope that was chosen who was against Vatican II. And the College of Cardinals is really happy with this pope. And this pope is going to try to revolutionize and bring the Roman Catholic Church back to its once former glory, so to speak. And the international, the internationalists, and I can tell you exactly who allegedly the group is. It's allegedly the Benevolent International said to the College of Cardinals, yeah, remember like a century ago when Italy had its own revolution and the Pope was basically held hostage in the Vatican for X amount of time? Well, what you don't know is you can try to elect the Pope as best you want, and that's fine, but we're the ones who actually call the shots around here, and we want you to find another Pope. And that's when they had to elect Pope Pius, Pope Pius the 17th or something like that. Don't quote me on it. It's not the 17th, but Pope Pius something. What was weird about Pope Pius is he was an actor. When you say, Rabbi, what do you mean an actor? There's something about a pope who is an actor. It's Pope Pius, who came after uh, Pope John Paul I, or in and around there. And Pope Pius was essentially an Italian man who wasn't really, this is the story, I don't know if this is exactly right, but he was like an Italian man who wasn't really a priest, who was an actor, who they recruited, when I say they, I mean internationalists, bankers, and other people, recruited him to be a pope, and he ended up um, just being an actor the entire time. And he was the one who passed Vatican II. And what made Vatican II so major, how it affected the church? Well, it's a bunch of things. First and foremost, it essentially castrated the Roman Catholic Church because it got rid of its language. What people don't understand is that the Roman Catholic Church was once much more unified globally. You could go to Mexico, you could go to England, you could go to France, you could go to Russia, perhaps, but more likely something like, I don't know, Hungary or Poland. All of them would have the same language. Like, as a Jew, if I go to any Orthodox synagogues in the world, they're all Hebrew. So I don't have to learn the individual languages if I'm in China. I don't have to learn Chinese to understand. Everybody knows Hebrew, everybody prays in Hebrew, and we understand that. That's how the Roman Catholic Church used to be with Latin. Wherever you were, if you were in South America, if you were in Europe, if you were in North America, if you were in Africa or Asia or Australia, everyone spoke Latin. I'm sorry, heard everyone heard the service of Latin. No one spoke it, and no one spoke in Latin. Latin hadn't been spoken in like hundreds of years regularly, but this was something that was reserved for the Roman Catholic service, and that ended, as I understand, after Vatican II, which occurred in 1962, something like that. And causes some turmoil amongst non-Catholics in the United States, in particular, with the election of John F. Kennedy as the United States' 35th president in 1960. And then, of course, the relation of that perhaps into his assassination, which took place November 22nd, 1963 in Eagles Plaza, perhaps because these are all branches off of the Roman Catholic Church and its connectivity to the Cosa Nostra, to the Italian Mafia, and perhaps some of their influence. And I'm not saying it was La Cosa Nostra, I'm not saying it was the Mafia that killed Kennedy, I'm saying that it was perhaps could have had some uh, influence in the matter. I think there were other groups involved in that. But then getting into the Roman Catholic Church in the modern era with the child abuse scandal, and I actually have a very interesting take on this. One of my, I would say, very good colleagues is a Roman Catholic Church, Roman Catholic priest who I know, and one of the movies that he recommended was the movie Spotlight, if you're familiar with that. And he and I used to play racquetball together. And it was just very interesting. We have a rabbi and a priest, and kind of we put it all out there on the court. And one thing he recommended to me was this movie, and it sheds light, no pun intended, on the Roman Catholic Church priest scandal, and it made me really do some research on the matter. And as I understand, um, it seems to have essentially destroyed the Roman Catholic Church with basically uh, parishioner turnout on regular Sunday, I think it's called Masses, is down like 50%, generation to generation, and all of these local parishes are closing, and these local schools are closing, and basically the schools no longer teach traditional doctrine. They're more just like private schools so that your kids don't have to go to public schools anymore, yada, yada, yada. But in my research, what I really found is that more than likely Roman Catholics as a whole have a lower propensity to child abuse than other religions. And in fact, when it comes to religious leaders who abuse children, Roman Catholic Church religious leaders are still actually lower than their Protestant counterparts, than their Jewish counterparts. I'm not proud to say that some Jewish colleagues, fortunately none that I know, but just throughout the past have had issues with children, as have as have Protestant pastors, and uh, I would say that the Roman Catholic Church issue with that is actually likely lower than most other religions. However, the reason why it was such a major deal was because the Roman Catholic Church does not control the media. Who controls the media? People can say that Jews control the media. We absolutely can say that. You can't say that. I can say that. But you can also say international bankers control the media because many times that's what they can. You can also say very rich Muslims, some of the very rich Muslims control some aspects of the media. You can also say some very rich Christians control the media, and also atheists control the media. So there's become this inner, um, intersected group at the top. But basically, that group would not let what I feel the the other side speak out at any point. You never got to hear any. Um, you never got to see any major trials of these priests. They were basically um, guilty, and they never really got a chance to prove their innocence. And most of them were old and sent to like you know old like prisons or nursing facilities, whatever it may be. But so what did this do? It really put a major taboo on being Roman Catholic in the world, particularly in the United States. And I think that um, it's unfortunate that happened because I know a lot of really good people who are Roman Catholics, but I also would say that they are um, just less likely to abuse children than some of these other religions. But the reason why it was such a highlight is because also the leadership at the top of the Roman Catholic Church just move these people around. So that right there was criminal mischief. Another interesting theory I've heard about the Roman Catholic Church, particularly from this colleague of mine, um, but he more so, um, he more so uh, confirmed this, is since about the 1950s, the higher you get in the Roman Catholic Church, uh, well, I should say, those with more homosexual tendencies tend to get higher in the Roman Catholic Church nowadays. And there has now become kind of like a group of bishops and cardinals have basically that basically control most of the decisions that are being made. And so it's no longer, your traditional group where you may have mostly heterosexual men um, who are at the leadership of the Roman Catholic Church now. I think it's become much more skewed towards the homosexual I would agree, yes, very similar. Um, and then you could go to each individual pope with their own theories on them. Just going back a few popes, Pope John Paul II, there was always the there was some theories about him. What that he was a Nazi. He was born in Poland, um, but perhaps had Nazi proclivities, or his family did. So after John Paul II, he had Pope Benedict, as I recall. He he was like Cardinal Ratzenberger. He looked like fucking Satan incarnate. They must have picked the ugliest motherfuckers that ever have chosen for a pope for that. I'm sorry, but that dude looked scary as fuck. And he was already old as fuck. And then they had that motherfucker. What did they have him do? Um, there was all this church scandals and all that stuff was going on. But then he was really big into some, like, all this church symbolism that became much bigger, I would say, over the course of the 21st century now. And then you've got this Francis, and Francis, if you know anything about Francis, he was essentially a mob boss in Argentina, and essentially took this role, and has now, I would say, kind of reversed a lot of what was once considered the pomp and circumstance of the Roman Catholic Church. When you go in and kiss the feet of the Pope, now he kisses other people's feet. Like, he's reversed everything of what I think Roman Catholics once considered their religion. So over the course of the last, let's say, 50 years, the Roman Catholic Church, not 50, 70 years, the Roman Catholic Church is really unrecognizable as to what it was. In 1950, if you were to go to a Roman Catholic, I think their masses, it was in Latin. You certainly didn't have the Pope kissing other people's feet. You kissed the Pope's feet. You certainly didn't have, I mean, well, and one other thing that really changed the Roman Catholic Church as well, people don't know this. And I would say the Roman Catholic Church, with as powerful as Jews are, could have potentially overtaken Jews in world power in one way. And how would that be? And how do I say this? Look, Jews are only 0.2% of the world. Roman Catholics are a billion people alone. Muslims are a billion people alone. So, I mean, Protestants are 400 million people, or 600 million people, depending on what group. I mean, these are huge groups of people. One of those, more likely than not, should have taken over, and it should have been Jews. Um, but what changed? So people don't know this, but at least in the United States, there have been two Congress people, the representatives in Congress, who were Roman Catholic Church priests. Okay, so people don't know this, but there were actually two Roman Catholic Church priests who sat in the House of Representatives in the United States, and this was becoming much more common in the late 1970s until the Pope made it banned it. But basically, what was happening is there was a big push, and basically any in the United States, in any congressional district in America, it is almost a majority 70s, where these groups were banding together and studying to elect. And while the United States Congress could make illegal, they were able to influence the representatives and church leadership for the Pope to make it against church doctrine to run for candidacy. Because if this had played out and this was allowed, simulations taking place that by the year 2000, every single representative in Congress would have been a Roman Catholic priest. Because why? They would have been very respected in their little community and society. They would have been very, they would have used, and on top of that, there were enough of them that you could cycle them through. So basically, if they weren't your parish priest, you could get another parish priest. But basically, that would have made it impossible for any Protestant, for any Jew, for any Muslim, or any non or any secular to choose any type of political uh, political office in the United States. So if you weren't aware of that one, I think that one's very interesting too. So look, I know I hit you with a thousand theories of the Roman Catholic Church, but you hit me with a good question. With that being said, did I cover anything that was of interest to you? Oh, I appreciate that, Al. And again, I'm not a church theologian. I just kind of seen it from as an outsider to some extent, and I can tell you that do your own research when it comes to some of this stuff, but there are some really interesting aspects of it. The Pope being uh, called something like the Pope being held hostage in the Vatican. That's always been kind of a very interesting thing to me. Um, the idea of the Roman Catholic Church's priest scandal issue not necessarily being as not that it wasn't a major deal and that these guys weren't being moved around. That is definitely an issue. But the fact that its proclivity probably isn't as high as it is in other religions, or the fact that priests want people to be elected, there is some really fascinating parts about this. Some other things that are really fascinating to me about it, just thinking about it, are just what what are in the Vatican's archives. Supposedly, the menorah that was in the Temple of Solomon is, is secretly stored in the Vatican's archives. I'm not exactly sure. Another thing that's very interesting when it comes to the Roman Catholic Church are who controls its bank. It's known as the Bank of the Vatican, but it's like who really, who really regulates them? I mean, if you really think about it, on a given basis, every like Roman Catholic diocese, I believe it's called, like every single parish brings in like like five figures a week. Parishes are given, and how many countries um, are in a given world. The course of just a week, just from the donations that the Roman Catholic Church pulls in, it has to be an incredible amount of money. For them to have mismanaged the funds in the way that they have, I just don't believe it. That the churches likely had their bank overtaken a century or two ago, and that's why they're always asking for money because they don't control their own coffers. But whether it's true or not, I don't know. no, I definitely would agree with you. So this is um, I would say a multi-pronged issue. Number one, if the Roman Catholic Church does not control its own bank, then that means it has to pay interest on its loan that's taken essentially. And so that's why they settled. And they had to pay a lot of these compensations, a lot of these funds for the moving of these pedophile priests. So in addition to having to pay for the interest for use of their own banking, had some major litigation out of which they had to pay from their coffers. So when you look at a an organization, truthfully, like the Roman Catholic Church should be making, to try to quantify it, but it should be in the billions of dollars. Like each Sunday, they should make more than $1 billion. And so if they're mismanaging, let's say $52 billion a year, there's something absolutely wrong with it. There's no reason this group should be mismanaged. So it tells you that there's some other big clues to it. Number one, they're not taxed. So that's a major issue. The fact that they're not taxed means that all of those donations are taxed, and also the land is in tax. And also, they own all the land. So they should have to be paying on their deadline. And who is that? That's international bankers. And it's just not publicly discussed. And then the other aspect of that, which is actually the smaller of the two bills, the interest bill is higher than all of the litigation and the settlements that they have made with the with the active. There's about 20 years in there of history between the Battle of Waterloo and the fall of Italy. But yeah, essentially the Rothschilds funded both sides, Napoleon and Wellington, so it didn't really matter which one won. No matter what, one of the goals was to control all of Europe, and part of Europe would be to control the Roman Catholic Church. So let's say Wellington had lost and Napoleon had won, you would still likely see a revolution occur in Italy 20 years later. Charles and other European powers are the ones who funded all of the little um, I would say that it's accurate that the European powers, Rothschild included, funded the Italian Revolution, which would eventually allow the European banking houses to take over the Vatican. So it is indirectly related to Waterloo. It's just about a 20-year gap where essentially you have the remainder of the completion of like those wars, the Napoleonic wars, and then the rise of some major revolutions around Europe, and it takes us 20 years, and Italy has it, but it didn't happen organically. All of these revolutions did not happen organically. They are all spurred from the French Revolution, and if you know anything about that, again, it's just about the Europeans. And as was the Russian Revolution, 1917, basically their enemies in the 19th and early 20th century. And the way that they did this in the late 18th century, they got rid of the French power with the French Revolution. In the 19th century, they had many different revolutions that World War the assassination of the Nicola Jar and his his um, his family in St. Louis. So um, I would say that I mean, basically the Roman Catholic Church is one of the, if not the most influential organization when it comes to our documentation of history and um, literature that we have. So it's going to be full of really interesting theories, and um, I would say that that's the tip of the iceberg that we really covered. I mean, we could get really deep into it with the Crusades. I mean, at the end of the day, if you were to ask me what is the motive, what is the end game for a Roman Catholic, like a true Roman Catholic, I would, well, it depends, but I would say it probably still feel that the Crusades are not done. I would probably say that Muslims feel the same way, that there's unfinished business there. So there's even a sense of like well, unfinished business that's within many Christians to want that land. So there are even theories that can arise in that. Um, well, and there's the one major doctrinal theory is that the Roman Catholic Church is just really Roman paganism remasked into monotheism. So what is that? The reason um, why Constantine made that transition from the Roman pagan um, pantheon to or Parthenon, pantheon, as opposed to the reason why he abandoned that to the monotheistic way is that to merge the two. So how did he do this? Well, essentially, you had like Jupiter as the prior to that in Greek. So you had Greek in Greek Rome, you had Jupiter. Well, that all was basically merged into God. Okay, fine. But then you had all of these minor gods, like Apollo or Mars and Venus and all of these own roles, but they would be replaced by the saints. So you'd have this like pantheon of saints, and while they weren't God, they were like demigods, where they're like almost God. With Roman Catholic, you have the beatification of the saints and all of the other things that are done within that faith. And people wonder why is it so ornate and everything. It really goes back to Roman paganism. That's what I'm trying to say. Do you understand the link between Roman paganism and the Roman Catholic Church? Excellent. Oh, my pleasure. Anytime and on any subject, if I can be of assistance, I will do my best. And if there's anything on which I'm stumped and I think that you may be a resource for me, I'm going to reach out to you. I appreciate that. People tell me that. I take that as one of the highest compliments possible. I love encyclopedia. In fact, I don't know if you can see in my screen right here in this other one, but I have three complete sets of encyclopedia. I have Encyclopedia Britannica, Encyclopedia Americana, or America, and I have Encyclopedia Judaica, and then I have the Jewish Talmud above that. But just so you can see, like nobody in today's day and age even has encyclopedias anymore, or encyclopedia anymore, let alone three sets of them with an arm sleeve. The reason the reason why I do is because I know that they're going to be made illegal someday. Meaning, like in the world of 1984, in the future, all of that history will be memory hold. It'll be illegal to know all of that information. So I'm doing my best to preserve it in the best way I can. Right, but you have to understand the plan of the New World Order in 1984, at least according to William Colby, former CIA director, is this. We will know that our disinformation campaign is complete when every fact that the American people know is false. So, what does that mean? Basically, the CIA has publicly come out and stated that they have a goal for the American public to not know anything that we know to be true to be true, and that every fact in the future will be an inherent falsehood. That is the disinformation campaign of the CIA. So when talking about an encyclopedia, even basic facts in 100 years will not necessarily be available to some members of society. I've said it before, I'll say it again. You know Wikipedia, how you can donate to it? I recommend that you do. Even someone as poor as I am, who could only give like $2 a month, gave $2 a month for as long as I could to Wikipedia, because you have to understand that that information, sure, it's free now. You're assuming it's going to be free forever. No, you don't understand. There's a big plan in place for Wikipedia to one day become privatized by the Wikimedia Foundation, and if the only people who have access to it are major institutional organizations and those people who gave donations to it to keep it afloat. So basically, you would get grandfathered in, but people don't know that. They just assume that it's going to be there all of the time. But don't assume that, and I mean that. In the next 10 or 20 years, they can make an announcement that it is no longer publicly available. And then what are you going to do? And they start taking down the world's encyclopedia. Then you won't have access to anything. So at least I'd have the hard copy. But additionally, you should know that things change in those books that are no longer considered politically correct. There are many words in there that during the 1950s, when that book was written, Encyclopedia Americana, Encyclopedia America, those books were, it was fine to say the word, like, just for educational purposes, Negro, when referring to a group of people. You would never do that now. That would be seen as demeaning, as it would be in today's day and age. But in that day, that was seen as a fine term to say about some, or to use the term colored, again, for educational purposes. But again, now, is that why I want to preserve those? No. But I know that history changes and that people's opinion on what occurred change. And I want to make sure that I have a record of what happened, a complete record of what happened in a single period of time. And if you know anything about these dystopian books of the future, one of the first things that they start doing when they start bringing in the fascism or the communism or whatever is they start doing massive book burning. And the first books to go are the religious texts and the history books. And encyclopedias are very close thereafter. Well, you're closer than you may think. So essentially, in the future, there'll be some kind of soylent green where you're either eating, you're initially you're probably eating some kind of bug, but then eventually you may be eating decomposed humans like soylent green eventually becomes in the movie. And um, additionally, you're going to be on camera 24/7, and your every movement will be tracked. It'll be very much like the television show, if you've ever seen it on Netflix, um, Black Mirror, where you have social parasites, all these things that we're discussing. Exactly, exactly. You're 100% right. That's right. Now, have you read 1984? Well, that's true, but what people don't understand too is we're 1984. It's yeah, it is. It was written in 1947, published in 1948. So yes, Orwell's book. And what people don't know is that in 1978 there was an alternative to 1984 that was written by Anthony Burgess, who also wrote A Clockwork Orange, and it's called 1985, and it's an alternative of that. And basically, people don't know about 1985, but it's a utopian book. Basically, it does its best to be the opposite of 1984. And so, as I understand, there are going to be two societies. There's a 1984 society, which, if you read 1984, they say in that book, if you want to know what the future of humanity looks like, imagine the bottom of a boot stomping the face of a human for the rest of time. That is what 1984 looks like. That is the image that George Orwell wanted to emit from the reader, that the future of humanity is a boot stomping on someone's face. And so that scares a lot of people, as it should. But there is an alternative to it, and it is 1985. And hopefully, we're all able to escape this 1984 as many of us can and get to 1985, which is Anthony Burgess' book. So very few people know about the Anthony Burgess book. In fact, um, I read it. I read it summary in this telegram about 3 years ago. No one had ever heard of it, and they're really interested that there was an alternative to 1984 called 1985. If you have a chance to check it out. It is. It absolutely is great new world. You're absolutely 100% right. And um, it is that same idea of like test tube babies of the future. You know, Klaus Schwab has already said at the World Economic Forum that it will be illegal to have a child the traditional method by the year 2030, meaning all babies will either be surrogates or test tube babies in the future, or it will be illegal for you to reproduce. that is Brave New World essentially. I mean, you have what we exactly, and that's the thing. I mean, it's I live in LA, and I have friends of mine who have very good jobs, and they don't want to ruin their bodies or ruin their careers, so they'll pay some lady $50,000 to be a surrogate for them. And basically, this woman can't smoke, can't drink, has to eat, buy everything what this family wants for 9 months, and they have to give this baby away from them and go through all this pain in exchange for $50,000. And the mom doesn't have to change her body, doesn't have to miss a day of work. Everything's the same, and it's now become a world between the haves and the have-nots. Those who can afford to reproduce and have surrogates and have those test tube babies, those are the people who have, and the have-nots are the people who, for whom it will be illegal to reproduce the natural way. And like you just said, in the coming 6 years. So as I understand, there is some connection of the baby to the surrogate mother, but it is a different DNA. It's the DNA of the mother and the father external to the surrogate. So yes, there is certainly an attachment that I think the baby has to the mother, and of course that the mother has to the baby. But that attachment is essentially nullified once the baby meets the biological mother and the biological father, and most likely at that point the nanny that's going to take care of them. So, if you're asking, doesn't that surrogate mother have a connection to the child? Yes, she certainly does. Doesn't the child have a connection to the mother? Yes, I believe that child does. Are they able to identify it? Most likely not. Meaning, like, I could line up 10 surrogates here, and I don't know if that child would be able to identify which one is their surrogate. I don't think so. When it comes to ideally, ideally, you would hope that something like that would happen, at least on some kind of wavelength that we can't set. But in reality, it is more likely than not that that child does have a connection with whatever birthed it, and it just loses that connection in hopes to regain it with the nurturing of the mother of the biological mother who might be rocking it and doing all the other nurturing things that we would expect of a mother. But to be honest with you, mothers who, I would say, if you're watching this, I could be wrong, but I would say that mothers who are birthing their children through a surrogate, I would say have less connection in general to their children than a normal, a mother of traditional means, simply from the fact that, and I could be wrong on this, but usually someone of that means also can afford a nanny, also can afford perhaps daycare for the child. So they're not going to have the same amount of time with the child, perhaps, as a traditional mother might. Now, some people may say that woman may not work. She's going to have more time to be able to spend with the child. At a certain point, it's all about her motivation and how much passion does she have to spend time with the baby. But I would say that many times, if you have other um, priorities, your child may not be number one, even though you're you're having to give birth. And the idea is like this: if you have something really big at work, I don't know what it is, the Oxford or something like that, and you're having a child, or your surrogate's having a child, basically that no longer may that child's birth be the most important thing in your life. I'm not saying that having that the child's birth isn't bigger than that. I'm saying on some people's minds that maybe you're shooting a film somewhere and it's just not that big of a deal. So we're getting to that point. When it comes to the test tube baby, what do I mean? Originally, I believe that the first test tube baby was like 1984. What is it? This is a baby that is born outside of the traditional womb. So we're able to now create artificial wombs. What is an artificial womb? It's essentially a synthetic womb that can The what? Well, you can think of it that way because we're getting to that point. But essentially, it's a synthetic womb that allows for um, the same type of growth or maturity of a child, but you can even perhaps speed up the process with like increased temperatures or incubation time or pressures or other things like that. So there are ways to manipulate perhaps the gestation period of a human. So traditionally it's 9 months, but we may be able to make it 8 months or 8.5 months or whatever. Um, so you have that, but then I've seen these things. They're like these pods that are like this big. They're like a big egg. And essentially, what will happen in the future is you'll take a fertilized egg and put it on a petri dish within this little egg, this like hyperbaric chamber that will incubate the child for 9 months. And the baby, instead of having a traditional birth through a birthing canal, it essentially just emerges from this little egg capsule, and you essentially, actually, I think this is what happens is they open the door. There's like a plastic door over it, and the baby is actually fully still in the placenta, and then they have to break the placenta open, and then it starts to breathe. There's this moment when a baby has to switch over from its like gill-like breathing of the um, of the fluid to breathing of the air, and that all happens very quickly, and it's in like one or two breaths. And the way that it happens is basically the breaking of that placenta, and then the baby's first exposure to air rushes through. So, as I understand it, what you'll have is this egg-like thing. You open that up, the baby will be there in the placenta. You break the placenta, and then you cut the umbilical cord, and it's just like any other birth. But instead of having a whole lot of pain for a mother or a surrogate, it's essentially a painless process. So, so the way to do it is with what's called an epidural, which generally will paralyze the nerves, generally from, I would say, the pelvis down, which is a, which is certainly the way to go, and I recommend it highly. I've had a friend of mine, a former colleague of mine, die pretty recently during childbirth, and you don't think of people dying in childbirth anymore. But here she was, just a woman in her 90s. We were all really happy for her. Of course, she's gonna have a baby, and she was already a mother. It was gonna be no big deal, and she was a really tough woman, and she turned down the drugs, the epidural, because she wanted to have natural childbirth, and it killed her. So for us to be like, oh well, you just take the drugs. Some women don't want to take the drugs. Some women, for whatever reason, could be a religious reason, could be a comfort reason, could be a confidence reason, could could be whatever reason. But it does still happen where women die during childbirth. As I understand the big change in that was the innovation of hand washers really lowered all of the uh, mortality rate within medical facilities over the course of the 19th century, as I understand it. And this really came, it actually came from surgeries, but I think that very quickly moved into hygiene for other aspects of hospitals. So, as I understand, what I remember reading was hand washing used to not be very common, obviously, except amongst like priests and class and things like that. Um, but there was a surgeon, and we can look this up too, but basically there was a surgeon who started ensuring that before all of his surgeries, he washed his hands very thoroughly. And for some reason, they noticed that he had a less of a fatality rate than the other surgeons. And then eventually that facility started making it a practice that you had to wash your hands. And very quickly it started to spread that hand washing was actually saving a lot of lives and lowering mortality rates for all diseases and for all complications. So whether it was like a battle wound or like uh, a type of like like cancer, no matter what it was, if the facility was a place that had frequent hand washing, the mortality rate decreased. Now, is that what really changed everything in in, in the rate of the infant mortality rate? I would say probably one of the most influential things for that was the innovation of the hospital. But even still, as you know, we have people who do natural childbirth in the house and with midwives, and that isn't necessarily seen as extremely dangerous anyway. People do it, it's still legal, and it's pretty common to be done. So I think that the lower incident in infant mortality and the lower incident of mother mortality during birth all fell with the innovation of probably indoor plumbing was a big one, indoor hospitals, and hand washing. Yeah, he's absolutely okay with surrogate birthing because he knows that the only people who will be able to afford surrogate birthing are the top 1% of the 1% of society. So those types of births will be completely protected, and he'll be fine with that. All he wants to do is ensure that it's illegal for you to have sex with a random girl and impregnate her. And he's going to say, and the world's going to say, due to climate change, we can't have unplanned pregnancies. And you're going to say, well, how are you going to stop me from hooking up with this chick? And it's very easy. It's called contact tracing on your phone. So essentially, what will happen, and what is already planned, is that you have contact tracing. That's what, like, you want to share contacts. That's such a big deal. There will be a something in your phone that will not allow you to get within 10 feet of someone with a certain social credit score. If that happens for more than 3 seconds, an alarm goes off and someone comes after you. So essentially, if you think that you're going to be able to just randomly hook up with some random person, perhaps who isn't in your social credit class, or perhaps someone with whom you're not allowed to mate because you can't afford a surrogate or a test tube baby, you will have an alarm that goes off on your phone or on some type of device, and you will have to go to a re-education camp. And you'll have to go through training to basically understand why you are not fit as a parent, and that reproduction is not in the cards for you. So that's where Neuralink comes in, and there will be the mandate of some type of implantable chip. People call it the mark of the beast. Call it what you will. There will be a sense of yes. It's like 606060. Yes. Yeah, and that's the plan. I mean, they get a. I mean, and you get it. They get joy. It's called predictive programming. They get joy in presenting this to the gullible public and then acting after it's done like it was a surprise when they literally told you in all your media what they were going to do to you. I have heard that. I have heard that. I have. Well, I have heard that that is the case. And it's just almost like a self handicapping of themselves. Like, sure, they could do everything very secretively, but that's no fun. It's much better if you torture some elements of society slowly, and they know they can't do anything about it, and you're basically presenting to them exactly what you're going to do. And people can look back in history and see all the symbolism as it was going. They get a lot more statistically than they do out of just. You're right, but they do. Apparently, it's essentially you have to essentially think of it. These are people with the mentality of kings, and they have all the control that they need, and they know that no one is essentially able to stop them. So they're able to live their lives without any kind of care in the world. Can you please brief me on Anthony Bourgeois? Oh, Anthony. I'm sorry, Anthony Burgess. Sorry, Anthony Burgess. Sorry, Burgess. He's the same author of A Clockwork Orange. If you've ever heard of that book, same thing. Based on the book. It is. It's a very weird dystopian kind of idea. Um, Essentially, it isn't like what you'd want it to be, which is like a euphoria where you read about people flying in the clouds and like eating all the best food and having all this stuff. It's not like that. It's basically, as I recall and remember in the summary, the story of a school teacher who is who has a class and teaches them to embrace the classics like Latin and Greek and basically knowledge of the good, all of the literature and poetry and mathematics and science of um, society to embrace those things, but to additionally just like live life as fulfilled as possible through the arts. That's basically the way, the utopia, as I would call it, something like that. Um, and it is basically just an alternative to 1984. And that there's an overall theme of it that those who will undergo 1984 are going to live this life in the future of a boot on their face forever. But the people of 1985, if you want to know what that life is going to be like, it's a lot of sex. It's like mind uploading technology where you have like digital immortality. You can download your body or download your mind into a cybernetic being, into a cyborg, into a robot, into an avatar, into a clone, into anything you want. You name it, you can do it. Basically, science will allow us to transfer your brain data into even an animal or a younger version of yourself or even an older version of yourself. With those, with that kind of potential, utopia is very close. The other idea of what utopia will be, is the idea to communicate with your friends and family almost instantaneously, but then your day will be made up of playing games with them, perhaps like in a virtual world. But that's what people want. If you really wanted to know, sense? I mean, if you were to ask people, if you had absolutely nothing to do with no money cares and no food cares and no social cares, what would you want to do? People probably would say, I want to spend time with my family and play games. Why? Because they want to be around those people with whom they love and do something that they enjoy. So that's probably a very common answer for most humans. Well, most humans are not going to get that. That's not what 1984 is. But there is a small group of 1985 that will get to experience that. Our role, basically, as people within the cryptocurrency community, to make that race to the top and do our best to divest ourselves of fiat currencies and also invest in perhaps really excellent investment classes for us, and cryptocurrency may be one of those. Do you watch Shark Tank? Do you watch Dragon's Den Canada or Dragon's Den UK? The, the UK one is the original one, actually. Yeah, to my knowledge. I'm going to double check that right now. But yeah, I think it's been around for the most amount of time. And then Dragon's Den Canada came, and then Shark Tank United States, and then I think Shark Tank Australia. Yeah, no, I do. I have one that I think is going to be the biggest seller of all time. Um, just one moment, and I'll even tell you what it is. So yeah, Dragon said the first reality show, and it has aired since 2005. So they have like 17 seasons of it. But I'm with you. I honestly didn't know it was a British show. I thought it was a Canadian show, but it was a British show. Um, yeah. So you want to know my $1 million idea for Shark Tank? So as you know, I'm like the world's expert when it comes to mobile phones and devices and troubleshooting all of that. And I've been through every kind of phone holder that you can ever have. Meaning, I've had the kind with the suction cups, I've had kind with beanbags, I've had kind with clips, I've had kind with magnets, I've had kind with everything. Well, there's this one time with the suction cup that literally I had this suction cup on my wall, I think for 3 years now, and the suction cup has held the entire time. Like, I think I can see the suction cup from where I am. So basically, it's a phone holder, but it's also a tablet holder with a really strong suction cup on it that can stick to anything. And you're like, well, why don't you come up with that? I'm not worried about that right now. I'm literally going to start that product once my stream is big and give all that money to charity someday. I think it's a huge seller for the people there, though. People go there all the time with phone holders and things like that. That's fine. But I know this phone holder is going to be much sturdier. It'll have like some metal elements to it. But also, I'll be able to market it better than anyone. I'll have the most famous phone holder in the history of phones because everyone will know about my stream and know about, all of the issues that I've had. And also, people need to understand that phones and tablets aren't going away necessarily in the next 10 years, even. We're going to have phones and tablets for some time, and we're going to need good quality holders for them. And instead of somebody saying, you know what, I have to buy a new phone holder, a new phone stand, once every 2 or 3 years, and I'm just sick of doing it, one quality phone holder, I think we'd be able to manufacture. Not saying it would be cheap, but I'm saying it would be very durable, um, very adaptive, and I think it could be a huge seller for them. So um, I do have an idea for them, and it is, and I know you're like, well, dude, anybody can do a phone holder. I recognize that. I know. But I'm saying that I think that this has a lot of potential, and um, really, anybody can create the phone holder. That's no big deal. I think I could market it better than anybody, especially just looking at what I have going on. What would you do? You'd have to say, I watched the rabbi stream, and he has this fucking suction cup stuck on his goddamn window for 3 straight years. Whatever phone he had, whatever suction cup system that is, I want that for my phone. So I think that that has a good idea, perhaps as a Shark Tank and or Dragon's Den idea. How about you? What kind of Dragon's Den or Shark Tank idea do you have? Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I have very good ideas. I would not go to Shark Tank for that. Why? I don't want to give up 49% equity. And I understand if you want, hey, Rabbi, do you have any really good ideas? Fuck yeah, I got tons of good ideas. Female Viagra. Think about it. Female Viagra. They make male Viagra. Exactly. But if you have a really good idea, like female Viagra, you don't want to go to the sharks and give up 51% of that. You know what I mean? You would give up 51% on a phone holder or something small, fine, but not on a really good idea like a pharmaceutical. So, female Viagra, let's talk about it. Did you know that female Viagra has been on the market now for 5 years? It's a it's a product that yes, it makes women horny. But here's the thing: there's a huge stigma. It doesn't affect men at all. Just like Viagra gives men an erection and makes them horny to some extent, it makes women aroused. Now, this is a drug that's been on the market for 5 years. Okay, it's been on the market in the United States for 5 years. In 5 years, it has only had something like 538 women who have ever taken it. Why such a low number? You would think that female Viagra would be very, very popular, but it's not. Why? It's not marketed, number one. Nobody knows that it's a thing. Number two, it's a really awkward conversation for a woman to have with anybody that she wants to be having more sex and she wants to start to be able to do it. And plus three, it's very easy for a woman to have sex. Usually she doesn't even need to find partners. They'll find her. So for her to need a drug for this isn't something that's necessary that attractive to her. However, it could be a game changer once it goes mainstream. So, L, I know you're going to be here and be like, oh, Rabbi, I want some really good ideas for Shark Tank. I have very good ideas, but I don't want to give up 51%. So if I was going to give up 51%, it would be on some item, something that we could sell and market really well. Oh, first thing I'm going to create is something called a Santa Claus machine. Have you ever heard of a Santa Claus machine, L? Exactly. Doesn't it? Firstly, doesn't it sound fucking amazing? Exactly. So what is a Santa Claus machine? It is a hypothetical kind of machine in the future, but essentially, imagine every element that we have in the periodic table of elements connected to a tube to a machine. So basically, if you needed more carbon, you could just let a lever out and more carbon would go in. If you needed more hydrogen could go in. But basically, what a Santa Claus machine can do is create absolutely anything that you want because it has all of the elements available to it. So what does that mean? Essentially, it's a box that has connection to every kind of element that you would need, and so long as it fits in the box, it can create whatever you need. So what does that mean? fine. That's what I'm looking at. When we're talking about digital immortality and mind uploading technology, you have to understand that is now in your realm of a lifespan. You have to realize that. That shouldn't be seen as incomprehensible to you. It should be seen as a reality to you. All right, all right. I know people say that, and then they don't read that allegedly China has already done this successfully with primates and or humans. So whether it's been done or not, publicly and not acknowledged, hasn't yet it hasn't come to fruition. But is there are rumors that this has already been completed for and not only has it been completed, but it's been done for more than 5 years successfully in China. It's a it's a numbers game. It's a numbers game. So essentially, they control over 1 billion people, 1/8 of the planet. So that means no matter what it is on Earth, there's a 1 in 8 chance, no matter what happens with a human, it's going to be a Chinese person to whom that happens. So they have more of an opportunity, and also the odds are just higher that um, the whatever the person is going to be Chinese because of the sheer amount of the population. So I could say, something like um, there's a really high influence that it would be an Asian person to whom this would happen. Why? Because we have India with 1 billion people now with the largest population of any country on earth, and China's now number two. It's not necessarily anything specific to China, it's a numbers game. The fact that most of the people are in Asia means that by default, chances are it would happen in Asia. There are just more people for whom this could potentially happen. It's a numbers game. Yes, but oh my god, that's disgusting. But I can imagine that's how it is. Um, well, if you really want to know, there are some aspects about Chinese that do make it more advantageous when it comes to a computer. Um, so what is it? I don't know Chinese, but I know more Chinese than I would say most people, which well, which is just very, very little. I don't really know the characters, but I can tell you some things about the characters that are helpful. So when they were developing the Chinese alphabet for the keyboard, they were realizing that, like in English, you have 26 letters, and then you've got some symbols. So basically, all of the keys on the keyboard are like 100. Well, like you just said, in China, there are 8,000. So you can't have a keyboard that has that many keys. So how do you get around this? And the way that the Chinese were able to get around this was a very early, primitive, um, uh, what would I say? Upcoming word guesser. That's not the technical phrase. What am I thinking? Like, um, when you're typing on an iPhone and suggested words, and it gives you suggested words at the top. Well, in order when you type on a Chinese keyboard, those suggested words are much more prominent than they would be in English. Like we barely pay attention to them in English, but in Chinese you have to rely on those words at the top because you don't have the keys on your keyboard. So Chinese systems became much more searchable than English systems early on because they all had to be placed in these like really specific computer software computer software alignment, and so I can tell you that at least from a language standpoint, when it comes to Chinese on a computer, there have been some advantages. There have been also disadvantages, major disadvantages. And one of them is what happens if that system doesn't work, where those characters aren't being recognized for one reason or another. Then you're kind of at a loss because you don't have the simplicity of the Western alphabet or Western keyboard to be able to use that. But when it comes to thinking of like the brain transplant, we also have to think that China just has less human rights cares than some other countries do, the United States included. So if you go to rural China and grab two people and you say you're going to swap their brains, what if you don't like it? You don't really have a say in China. You're not going to be able to get on social media and complain that your sibling's brain was swapped for somebody else. You just have to take it. At least in the United States or most Western countries, you could say, yo, somebody just tried to steal my friend's brain. You need to be aware of this, and they're going to do it to you next. So what I'm trying to say is basically we have more ways to at least make people aware of the issues that are taking place. So, but again, China doesn't have the same type of human rights um, priorities that I would say some Western countries have. So they see it as they see it as a necessary evil that some people will have to suffer in order for the greater good. And they understand that hey, we have a billion people here. If we have to have two people who have to suffer to swap brains to perhaps for all of us to benefit, then it's worth it. In the United States, many times people say we have 315 million people, and we don't want to violate the rights of two people, no matter what kind of benefit it would be. And at a certain point, this really gets you into the governmental structures of the different countries. In China, you don't have a Bill of Rights, you don't have a constitution, you don't have any rights in comparison to the United States. It's arguable to say that we even have any now, but at least the way that we treat ourselves and the type of dignity with which we try to portray or perceive ourselves on a daily basis would mean that perhaps we would not tolerate a society. We like to think that we wouldn't tolerate a society where people perhaps would be subject to having brain swap outs. I want to get rid of all animal testing as best as possible. I think nowadays we can use synthetic versions of organic of organisms to be able to run simulations on them and know the desired outcomes or know the potential outcomes so that we no longer necessarily have to do these trials directly on the animals, or perhaps we can be in the late stages of that. When it comes to humans, when it yeah, there's a type of synthetic fetal pig. I believe because a pig and a human are like 99.8% the same DNA. They're very close. They're almost as close as a human and a primate. That's right. You're exactly right. And so there are aspects of that, and like you're saying, there are the idea of synthetic, different synthetic meat, synthetic organisms on which to do experiments. When it comes to, let's say we have to do human trials, I feel as if there are certain levels of this. So there are people who will volunteer for this. People who are terminally ill who will say, look, for the good of society, I want to be one of the people who experiments with the brain transplant. And there are some people out there who would say, I also want to experiment with a brain transplant. I don't have a future, and for the good of humanity, I want this to be done. So I think we'd be able to find enough cases like that, and then you may be able to find people who are terminally ill or at their perhaps with life for one reason or another, and they might want to get on a certain volunteer list to be a member of this. So I think you could find enough people who would like to perhaps have this experiment conducted on them where you would not have to recruit volunteers. That's correct, but if you're familiar with the UFO phenomenon and the alien abduction hypothesis, there are the theories that the government has entered into agreements with alien civilizations to allow for research on human entities or human beings in exchange for the ability to reverse engineer alien technology. And so, it most certainly is. And I mean, this is a very well known story. It goes to Holloman Air Force Base with General Dwight D. Eisenhower, and he apparently had telepathic communication with an alien civilization, and the agreement was that we would get reverse engineered technology in exchange for them to continue. So not to start an alien abduction program, but to continue a human abduction program. And the one thing, right. Now, the one thing that we at least tried to do was limit the amount of people who would be abducted in this, and apparently they ignored us. They basically just take whoever they want. And, like we would expect that basically they're a superior advanced civilization. They're going to do whatever they want. But basically, exactly. But that kind of technology is allegedly stuff that we reverse engineered from them. That direct project. So what would that be? That would be um, the computer transistor. That would be the laser. That would be night vision technology. That would be Scotch guard technology. Basically, all of these advancements between the 1950s and 1970s were reverse engineered alien technology and not necessarily either deep. Yeah, no, it absolutely does. And so we're advancing too quickly, basically. How we were going so slow. I mean, 200 years ago, people were still using the loom for the creation of clothing, and now we have, high-speed 3D printers that can do all of this simultaneously. It's like we've moved too quickly, and there's a reason why, because we've had third party interaction. And do I believe that? Absolutely. Now, that isn't just for me to be like, well, looking at technology, I think we're too advanced. No, this is what government documentation has said, that we are reverse engineering their technology. There have been both whistleblowers in the government and whistleblowers outside the government who have said this is exactly what's going on. So we are just part of a major reverse engineering program that slowly, um, it's called it's called slow disclosure of this type of technology. So if you're not aware, there's a very famous book by Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel Phil Corso called The Day After Roswell. And if you're not familiar with what this book is, it has to do with the Roswell crash in 1947, in July of 1947. And Lieutenant Colonel William Corso, I believe, no, Philip Corso, he, um, he ended up becoming the person in charge of the desk in Washington, D.C. that was in charge of all of this reverse engineering. So basically, like, they would have a transistor that came off of one of the crashed UFOs, and they'd be like, okay, we have to reverse engineer this, and then we're going to give this information to Bell Laboratories. Bell Laboratories is eventually going to say that they invented it. Now we have night vision. Night vision we're going to give to perhaps General Electric. They're going to work on it, and once they have it reverse engineered, they're going to say that they developed it and that this is their new development. Next, we've got Scotchgard. We're going to have the DuPont company, Scotchgard. So, like, Scotchgard is, it's like an industrial application, like a coating that basically, is perhaps is thought to be a reverse engineered alien technology. Another one is the laser. Another one is night vision. Some others, of course, that are still classified as anti-gravity. Some others are GPS. Um, Basically, any major um, advanced technology since 1947 has been credited to being reverse engineered from the Roswell or a similar effect. So do I think that I would say a sufficiently advanced civilization can has essentially no limit on their capabilities. I would say that humans are somewhat limited in their cognitive functions at a certain IQ level where we can't get past some certain aspects of society. Like, for instance, there are some paradoxes that we can't understand. No matter how smart you are, no matter how high an IQ you are, there are still some paradoxes that we can't, around which we can't wrap our head. Like, what's one of them? There's something called the omnipotence paradox. And what is that? It's the idea that if God is all powerful, can he make a rock so big that not even he can lift it? So what does this mean? It's basically a paradox. It's one in two two countering points to agree with each other, and it's impossible for them to agree. If God is all powerful, he can lift a rock as large as he wants, right? Yeah. Or he can, and if God is all powerful, he can create as large of a rock as he wants, right? Yeah. So if he can create a rock as large as he wants, can he make it so big that not even he can lift it? It's a paradox. It basically causes mental blocks in people's heads. Well, no matter how high your IQ is, at least currently, you can't understand that and be satisfied with it. It's basically a limitation on human cognitive function. There's the idea that a no, no, he couldn't, because then he he could not create a rock, but not even he can lift it. Because that means he can't. He can either not. He can either fail at one of the activities. He either fails at creating the rock so big that he can't lift it, or he fails at lifting the rock. He can't do both at the same time. If he makes the rock small enough so that he can lift it, it's not the biggest rock that he could have made, so that he couldn't lift it. The um, if he makes it so that he can he can make the rock as big as he wants, he can make it so big that not even he can lift it. This is just a paradox, one of many paradoxes that you could use. But basically, what I'm trying to say is it's a limitation on human intelligence, perhaps, to be able to understand this in any other way. But we don't know. Perhaps a higher function entity or higher intelligence entity might be able to understand a paradox and have some kind of alternative understanding for it that we can't comprehend because we don't have high enough IQs at the current moment. While that is something that potentially could happen, I don't know for sure. I just know at this point we are somewhat limited by our cognitive ability. So that is, I just do. I will just go to the paradox page on Wikipedia and read it. Absolutely, you should take a look at it. It has them all there. It has the ship of Pericles, where it's like if you have a ship that like docks in dock one, and you take all of the pieces from the ship in dock one and rebuild that ship in dock two, so that every single part from dock one and ship one is rebuilt for ship two on ship two. Is ship two exactly the same ship as ship one? It's a very good question. There's the argument to be made, yes, it's exactly the same ship because it uses exactly the same pieces to make that ship. But there's the alternative argument to be made that it's a different ship because you had to take every single individual piece apart to rebuild that ship, and inherently that's a different ship. It's a paradox. It's a beautiful paradox. So. It's a paradox. It can go either way. There's another one, and there are tons of these. These are just off the top of my head. The barber paradox. Imagine a city where it is illegal to shave your own beard, and there's only one barber in town. Who shaves the barber? It's like, well, if it's illegal to shave your own beard, and there's only one barber in town, who shaves the barber? I don't know. The barber's not allowed to shave himself because that's illegal, and everyone has to be shaved by someone else. So it's just like a paradox. I mean, like you try to figure it out, and it's like you want it to come to some kind of conclusion. But the reason why it's so famous is because it's impossible to come to a conclusion. That's 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 definitely a proposed theory, and I think I think particularly if you want to know what alien race I think is advanced humans, I think it's the like we call them the tall white, but they're like the Aryan of the future. They're the blonde haired, blue eyed people. I think that's what um, humans eventually evolve into that. They're taller than normal humans, and they have really bright blue eyes and really like blondish white hair. And yes, yes. So those are genetic mutations that are seen as advantageous in human society because of their rarity. So light skin is more rare on Earth than dark skin. So it is seen as the more um, exactly the more attractive. And then blue eyes are the same because of a genetic mutation that took place in a common ancestor. like 50 million years ago that created blue eyes. So because it's more rare in society, it is more desired. I agree. I always wondered about that one because I was like, what is it? Like, I mean, and this isn't to be funny, but it's like, do like Scandinavians take over the world someday? Or how does that work? Because I heard about this alien race that basically look like humans, but they look very Scandinavian. They look Nordic, and apparently, what ends up happening on what ends up happening on Earth is everybody eventually ends up mixing together. So we all become like a tan with like kind of like sandy hair and like maybe like hazel eyes. But eventually, when that being keeps interbreeding with itself, it will eventually develop tendencies that eventually are seen as, or eventually the more desired qualities will um, eventually win out. So those would be the lighter skin, the lighter hair, and the bluer eyes. Um, can you repeat that, please? I mean, that's the thought. That's the idea that the group that will eventually conquer the world will be the strongest minority. Whatever minorities can stay aligned the most will be the strongest. It's not the largest. It's not the strongest majority or the largest majority because usually those um, cannot inter cannot interact in a or actually sort of cannot fuse as well as the smaller minorities can. Um, so I can tell you that, and then also I can say, um, oh, it isn't on the rarest quality. So I think the rarest kind of eye color is green, followed by like hazel, followed by um, I think like blue and brown is the most predominant. But it's like so you would think like oh the rarest of any of those would be the ones that are most desired, and it turns out not to be that. It turns out what ends up happening is basically you have, and it's true, you've had this for a long time, an increase in the amount of blue-eyed people that there are on Earth. And that eventually continues until blue eyes and brown eyes are basically the same amount, and then eventually blue eyes take over brown eyes. Oh, but you should know something. You should know something. This is very important for you to know. Everyone with brown eyes also has blue eyes. So you're like, what do you mean, Rabbi? I have brown eyes. I don't have blue eyes. Yes, you do. There's something that you can remove on your eye. There's some kind. They're already doing it, where it's a surgery you have done. You can remove the top layer on your eyes, that brown, and underneath that is bright blue, just like if someone with blue eyes. The reason why someone has blue eyes and someone versus someone has brown eyes is there's something about that outer covering that is on someone with brown eyes and is not on someone with blue eyes, and that someone with blue eyes they're all related to some kind of um, mutual mutual ancestors from like 50 million years ago. I'd say like a few times an hour. In fact, every single night I listen to alien talk shows overnight. Sometimes I even call into them. It's called Coast to Coast AM. It is the most popular overnight radio show in the Western Hemisphere. Yeah, and the paranormal, which a lot of times are related. No, they didn't take that out. They had to develop that. They had to reverse engineer that. Same with the same with night vision from the they got night vision from the eye of the alien being. So if you're saying why don't you have a picture of somebody holding the the, the wreckage at Roswell? You have to understand that this is a military uh, installation, or I should say, a military um, a how would I say it? A limited access zone with people who only had certain security clearances. This also happened in a rural part of New Mexico where very few people live. Now, if you want to know what your no, that's different. That's different. That's 2 states away. That's in Nevada. So we're talking in New Mexico. Totally different. Okay. And I can talk to you for this all night about Area 51. I consider myself an Area 51 expert and historian to some extent. But we're talking about Roswell. So Roswell takes place in July of 1947. Now, if you're like, Rabbi, where's a picture of somebody holding alien craft? They don't have a picture of it. But what they do have is a newspaper article that says that a crash disk crashed at outside of Roswell, New Mexico, and Corona, New Mexico, and that I mean I can just read the article to you. So if you're like, what evidence is there? What'd you say? Oh, I've seen those. No, I've never been to Sedona, but I hear it's beautiful. So this is it says RAAF. So what is that? That's the Air Force captures flying saucer on ranch in Roswell, Utah. So I mean, it's right here in the paper. If you're like, show me some evidence. Here they are in the paper. It says right here, Roswell Air Force Base captured flying saucer on ranch in Roswell, Utah. Okay, so it says that right there. Now, what did it say within the article? It says that there were non non human entities that were in there. Now, if you're like, okay, Rabbi, that's not good enough evidence. Okay, here is a picture. You want to see a crashed UFO up close, right? I'm going to show you one. Just one moment. Now, if you're like, Rabbi, I can't see on your screen that well. I understand. So the name of the documentary that I'm going to show you is called the Top Secret KGB UFO Files. And if you're like, what is that? It is a documentary starring Roger Moore. He portrayed James Bond in one of in the James Bond series. So this is it's not his documentary. It's a documentary that was put out after the Cold War. So we don't we don't have time to watch it all right now, but I'm going to show you a crashed UFO up close. Like I know what you want, and it's what I always wanted, which is a crashed UFO up close. That's what I want to see. I want to see somebody going up to a UFO very close, and so that's what I'm going to show you. They they don't take footage of the inside. They take footage of the outside very close. There's this KGB leader, and he points all of the troops to start moving the debris away from the crash landing. you're like, what does it stand? It's something in Russian. I'll read it to you right now, but I won't necessarily know it for what it stands. It is it's in Russian. It stands for Committee for State Security. If you're like, but what does KGB stand for? It's literally a Russian. Like I don't know Russian. I don't know how to say it. Now this top secret KGB UFO file. I'm gonna just show you a picture of what the UFO looks like. If you're like Rabbi, I wanna watch this. I wanna watch it. Go ahead. I mean, if you were like, I really wanna watch it, I'll sit here and watch the whole thing with you. But I might have other questions. We don't have to necessarily stay on this. I do want to show you what the image of it looks like, and so um, I guess here it is. Wait, hold on, no, hold on. Let's get something straight. The Russian CIA did not say that. That was written by the United States press. Okay, when I'm talking to Russian CIA, that's later. That's something else I'm going to show you. When I read that newspaper article, that was published by the United States. That was the Roswell Daily Herald, 1947. So that had nothing to do with the Russians. That had nothing to do with the Russians. Correct. And so what happens then? In 1948, you get the start of Israel. In 1948, you also get the start in 1947, 1940 of the OSS turning into the CIA. So what many people think is that the CIA actually its main role was to keep the alien phenomenon secret and do everything that they could to keep that quiet. So basically, we thought of them as like basically an international spy agency, when in reality their true purpose is to keep the alien question quiet. And that's why they were formed so quickly right after Roswell. Now, if you want to know what a disc looks like, here's here's one of them. Here's a picture of it. Um, so if you're like, Rabbi, I want to see a video of it. It's fine. You can see it's a disc that is about, I would say, maybe 20 feet across, and you can see the people standing in front of it. Here's another. There are a bunch of pictures of it, but basically, sure, it's top secret KGB files UFO, and put 1968. No, no. Okay, type this. Type this in. It, it, type this in. Sverdlov in 1968. SD is in Victor. ERDLOV. What did you say? Yeah, exactly. Now there's a whole there's a whole video of it. So I don't want you to be like, well, these are just pictures. No, there's a whole video of these guys of them touring the crash footage. And if you're like, well, let's watch it, we absolutely can. But I'm telling you what, it's better if you watch it on your device. You can see. It's too hard for me to come here and show you, and you can't see it in detail. It's called the Top Secret KGB UFO Files, and you can watch the documentary, and it shows you close-ups of aliens, and it shows you close of the crash UFO. Yeah, so it has an alien autopsy that's done. Whether it's true or not, that's up to you. I can tell you as of today, it hasn't been debunked. And I can also tell you, if you want to know what an alien looks like, um, If an if an alien, no, I wouldn't say it's too real to fake. I'm just saying that if an alien is gonna look like something, it's gonna look like that. This is what apparently an alien looks like. Um, this is known as the. Well, you don't say anything to it verbally. It's all, yeah, all communication with them is telepathic. So this is what apparently happens. You, a couple of things can happen. Initially, you have this overwhelming sense of fear because like it's a human-like thing, but it's obviously something you've never seen before, so you're really scared. And apparently, they can put something in your mind that just tells you you need to be absolutely calm right now, and it calms you down immediately. They can like do all kinds of things to affect you, including like shoot out. They can even shoot out. Like they just move their hand like this, and it can shoot out some kind of rays into you, like a plasma blast. But apparently, they have some kind of basically. I wish it was that nice, but apparently it can burn you, and it can also cause. Um, it can like it can amputate your appendage. But as I understand, these things basically communicate with you, and some of the things that I've heard that they've said to people are like, we are here to help, or we're here, we come in peace. They do actually say to people, "Take me to your leader." That's where that whole "take me to your leader" thing came about. Is essentially when they came here, they they know who the leader is essentially, but they apparently want when they interact with someone, they want that person to take them literally to their leader. Now that's also it goes back to like colonialism, and whenever you meet somebody from another tribe, you say, "Take me to your leader," because you want to meet the leader of that group. So it could come from that as well. But apparently, you have this overwhelming sense of calmness. Not all the time. Sometimes you get really scared too, but you don't really have that much interaction with them. The interaction that I've heard is that they're very concerned about nuclear weapons. Why nuclear weapons? Because we can blow up the earth with them, and they don't want us to do that. So that's why they're obsessed with our harnessing of nuclear power, and they let us have it. But they don't have to do that. What they do is literally whenever we've had any kind of nuclear testing and they don't like it, they send a craft above the um, nuclear facility, and it shuts down the nuclear facility, shuts down all the power, even the backup generators. And they don't know how they do it. They basically do that, and this has happened all throughout the world. This is a phenomenon that, like, when these things have any sense that we're going to use nuclear weapons against each other, they fly over there and they shut them down. Yeah, there are a lot of them. Um, so all you have to do is type in nuclear. I'll find you. There are a lot of. In fact, this one I would say is one of the more common ones of whistleblowers because there are all these people who work at nuclear. What do you call them? Nuclear missile silos, and they interact with these UFOs all the time. So I'll tell you what to Google. Nuclear missile silo UFO, and you'll read about them all. It's like incredible how common these things are. Pentagon investigating UFOs that possibly turned off nuclear power. Why have there been so many UFO sightings near nuclear power plants? A UFO center and nuclear missile silo overlapped in eastern Washington. Air Force veterans who are UFO true believers returned to returned to nuclear base. Ex Air Force UFOs deactivated nukes. So you hear this. This is CBS News. I mean, these are like the biggest publications that there are. You know what I mean? Now, this hasn't been completely declassified, but here we have CBS News, which is Columbia Broadcasting Service in the United States. That's that's basically the biggest kind of news that you can get in the United States. One of the mainstream ones saying that an ex-Air Force personnel saying UFOs deactivated news. So when you're saying to me, what kind of evidence is that? I just named 5 different articles that have it, and there are loads more. There are a ton of